district is scrapped. The people will be the winners, and you will be the losers. Thanks. Happy New Year.
Janice Thomas, please refrain from clapping. You can show your support with hands in the air. Next is Barbara Jones, followed by Latonia Busby and Jocelyn Briley. And please excuse me if I'm mispronouncing your name.
Say, first of all, congratulations and thank each of you for standing in representation of us, the parents and the families of HISD. I have looked at the data that will be presented tonight. Our primary focus is the RISE schools, and we're not seeing the increases that we would like to see. And we have many questions as to what we can do as families, as community, to help and improve the situations at those RISE schools. And not only those RISE schools, but those campuses that have also been identified as low performance schools that didn't make the RISE program. We're also interested in learning what can we do, how can we support, what programs have been in place to help those schools do better and to achieve more. So thank you.
Barbara Jones, Latonia Busby, Jocelyn Briley.
My name is Barbara Jones with Discovering You Parent Activist. Very, very active in my community with the students and the schools and parent and everything, but on you guys' strategic plan, we think that is a good one, and we just want to see the numbers really increase this year. We want to be a part of that. Our communication is lacking in our district. We don't have a real way of communicating with our parents. It's not really getting to us. I don't know where you guys are getting all the information or where it's going, but it's not coming to the community, to the people that need it, that can help you guys make it better for our students. Because the parents are important, our voices are important, our attendance and us being a part of it is important in the decision making.
Latonia Busby, Jocelyn Briley, Eddie Orem.
Good evening. My name is Latonia Busby. This is one of many times that I've been here to address the board. Thank you guys for listening to us and giving us this opportunity. We really appreciate everything that's going on with the school, and we just want to help. As parents, I have raised this issue before. We want to be involved. We want to partner with the schools, but we're not being able to communicate. We're not being communicated with. I'm in one of the RISE schools, and a lot of the communication is through Twitter. I'm not Twitter lit. If they maybe can have some kind of parent workshop, maybe they can help us with that. We want a better student outcome. And right now, not so sure, but I am very proud of where the achievement we have made at Wheeler High School from 19 to 22. So we're looking for 23 to become even better. So thank you for your time.
Jocelyn Briley, Eddie Orem, Lacey Ackley.
Good evening. My name is Jocelyn Briley. I really wanted to come forward and speak to you guys because our 504 program, our kids in special ed are not getting what they need. And I feel that we as parents have the right to know why HISD is failing our children. 504 kids are being suspended left and right. They're being expelled. They're being sent to DAP. So are special ed kids. That's endangering, excuse me, that's endangering other kids right along with these special kids. So we need something put in place that's going to help these kids. And I have one that was expelled from school. He went to another school to get in, wasn't able to get in because after he left, it was.
Thank you. Eddie Orem, Lacey Ackley.
School board members and Superintendent House, I want to say first of all, happy School Board Recognition Month to each one of you. I am pleased to be a representative of District 2. So congratulations to you and welcome back, Trustee Bluford Daniels. As we talk about student outcomes, I really want us to be able to hear questions being asked about the outcomes, such as, what are our trends of success? Where do we see success in some schools where we can replicate in other schools? At the same time, are there curriculum designs, professional development designs, parental involvement strategies, as well as student incentives that we can also replicate in some of our other schools? I'm pleased to see the accountability report where we, Wheatley High School, North Forest, made progress from 2019 to 2022, and we're hoping for the same kind of thing in 2023. Know that our community is here, our parents are here, we want to support you any way we can help us to help you to help our students. Thank you.
Lacey.
Lacey Ackley? Okay, we'll come back. Our next item held for registered speakers is B1, consideration of redistricting, plans and public input received, and possible adoption of a resolution approving a redistricting plan for single-member trustee districts. Will Juan Cardosa Oquendo please come to the podium? The speaker will be followed by Anna McNaught.
Good afternoon, trustees. My name is Juan Cardoza Oquendo. I'm the Director of Policy and Elections at Houston in Action. It's good to see you all again. I not only have about a minute, and I've spoken to you before, so I just wanted to emphasize, right, you'll hear from some organizations here, we want to see a redistricting plan that keeps Southwest Houston communities together, because we think that ultimately will give those communities the ability that they deserve to elect a candidate of choice. This isn't about any one trustee or any one candidate. It's more about the community's ability to elect a candidate of choice, the community's ability to work with that candidate once they're in office, to hold that person accountable. You all have the opportunity. Redistricting only comes about once every 10 years. You have the opportunity to draw a redistricting plan that will ensure that historically marginalized communities have a voice on this board.
Thank you, Mr. Cardosa Oquendo. Ms. Anna McNaught, followed by Oliver Foreman.
Anna McNaught, and I am here as a mother and an advocate of the children and youth of Southwest Houston. The communities of Gulfton, Sharpstown, Midwest, and Westwood, and Braeburn have been historically underrepresented. I have seen that in the experience we have had with two schools within 10 minutes of each other. One is fully resourced with a big playground, a big library, and ample resources, and the other one was at capacity per classroom. This is when we found out that my son had sensory processing disorder. And later we would find that he had been assigned as an emerging bilingual learner. Know that he's an English speaker, and that's his first language. My son's teacher was overwhelmed and frankly didn't seem to have the resources to understand his disorder. And by that point, my son was deemed as a bad kid. And so I think that what we're trying to do right now is that the teacher should be resourced and there should be a candidate that understands each child and their background and their experience.
Thank you, Ms. McNaught. Oliver Foreman, followed by Mara Gilliard.
First time, so we just start now? I'm gonna guess yes. So how's it going, y'all? My name's Oliver. I'm a father. I'm a member of Community Voices for Public Education. And I grew up dirt broke when I was a kid. I come from a single parent home, and I just wanted to give some background to kind of emphasize how disappointed I was hearing that in the current redistricting plans A and D, it essentially disenfranchised our communities in the Southwest, Gulfton and Sharpton. And so what I wanted to bring up now is just to ask the board that they take more time for the final vote, and that they include those communities in the together in the final plan. They keep them together and they keep their voices heard, because I think everyone deserves a voice, and we shouldn't be placing neighborhoods that are more affluent above other communities like that. So I just want to point that out there. Thank you.
Maya Gilliard. Oh, Mara, I'm sorry.
Good evening, board members. My name is Mara Guillory, and I'm the Family and Community Organizer at Latinos for Education. Today, I join Houston in Action and other members of the community to ask that you provide more time before voting on a redistricting map. First, I want to say thank you for your work, because I know that it's been a long process and it's been also complicated, but it's important to acknowledge that the selected maps A and D do not maintain the communities of Southwest Houston together or in mind. The communities of Gulfton, Sharpstown, Midwest, Rayburn are home to historically underrepresented communities. In one of the redistricting maps, one of the redistricting criteria is to maintain communities of interest together. One of the maps proposed earlier in the process included the Southwest area as one district. So as you make decisions that will impact the students of this area for years to come, I ask that you choose a map that maintains the communities of Southwest Houston together as
Veronica Coetero, followed by Coretta Brown and Sandra Rodriguez.
Hello, my name is Veronica Cuetero, and I am here with Latinos for Education and Houston in Action. I have lived in the Gulfton community for 18 years since I moved here from California, and I have maintained living in the Gulfton community even as an adult because of its diversity. I have 3 children, with 2 currently attending Benavides Elementary and the other one, the school at St. George. Both are under special education services. Most parents are not aware that a life-changing decision is about to happen. They are not involved, nor have been made aware of. As a mother of 3 children that are under the spectrum, I plead with you that you guys give us, the community, more time to understand more about the redistricting plan. The Southwest Houston neighborhood communities have been historically underrepresented and under-resourced because no candidate or
Coretta Brown, Sandra Rodriguez.
Hello, my name is Coretta Brown. I'm here with Bridges to Empowerment and Houston in Action. And as a community advocate, it is important that I speak today, asking that you, the school board, take some time out to establish a map which does not dilute the votes of community members. I understand that redistricting is a very hard and demanding process. I understand that oftentimes you reach out to the community and the community don't respond fast enough. But I do believe that once the community does respond and take interest, that it is very important that you take out some time to listen to what they have to say and that you pass a map that is fair for the entire community. Thank you.
Sandra Rodriguez.
Buenas tardes and good afternoon. So I want to ask everyone who's joining us on redistricting to stand up. My name is Sandra Rodriguez, and I'm a lifelong resident of Southwest Houston. I serve as the Advocacy Director at Latinos for Education, also President of the Gulfton Super Neighborhood Council. And I'm here with Houston in Action and Southwest Families. I'm an HISD graduate, mother of an HISD graduate, and first-generation college graduate. I'm a daughter of immigrant parents and grew up in a time where many of our Central American brothers and sisters had to flee their homes due to the civil unrest in their countries. During a time where many of us feared the environments around us, our neighborhood schools served as a safe haven, and our teachers are mentors. Today, these families are raising their children in the same communities. Families in these neighborhoods already find themselves disengaged in the education system because the challenges they face are not understood by decision makers, an issue that is exacerbated by a lack of representation. So I urge the board
We also have Zoom speakers registered to address B1. Ms. Trin, please identify and admit our speakers.
Our first Zoom speaker is Belenesh Andarje. Belenesh, please turn on your camera, turn on your audio, and begin. You have 1 minute.
My name is Balayan Dargi, and I am with Migrant Refugees and Immigrants Leadership Academy.
Ma'am, we need to be able to see you. Could you please turn on your camera? We can see. Yes, we can see you now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My name is Balayan Dargi, and I'm with Refugees and Immigrants Leadership Academy and Houston in Action. We bring leaders of diverse African communities together to learn leadership skills, empowering them to engage in civic activities and advocate for their rights. We inspire healthy communities by connecting them to experts in the fields of health, mental health, and domestic violence. The Southwest community shares a lot in common. Many people are immigrants and English is their second language. It is a working class, low income community who work together to take care of each other and rely on each other. For example, when parents will share responsibilities watching the children after school if support is needed or if there is an emergency. Some of the challenges that the students in our community face at school includes bullying for being culturally different in the community. Children being put
Thank
in
you, ma'am.
classes.
Our next speaker is Said Minale. Said, please turn on your camera, your speaker, and you may begin. You have 1 minute. Said Minale, you have now joined the meeting virtually. Please turn on your camera, your speaker, and you may begin. He's on here. Said, I can see that you joined the meeting, but we need to be able to see you. Okay, we will come back to you, Said. Hopefully you can troubleshoot that technology. Our next speaker is Jackie Anderson. Jackie Anderson, please turn on your camera, turn on your speaker, and you may begin. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, trustees. Thank you for your service. I want to thank you for pulling out the consent agenda to hold on the redistricting plan. It needs to have more thought so that we don't disenfranchise our already disenfranchised communities. And speaking of disenfranchisement, how long are we going to let Bel Air City, or Bel Air ISD, I should call it, continue to bleed us for more money? After millions of dollars spent already, they're still needing more money when some of our schools don't even have a field to play in, let alone practice in. It was wrong in the beginning and it's still wrong now, and no amount of money is going to make it right. It's time to stop and draw the line and stop spending money on just a few people in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Said Yes, we can see you. You may begin. You have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Zaid Minale, and I'm here with Migrant Refugee Leadership Academy. And we bring refugees and immigrants together to learn leadership skills, to teach them, empowering them to engage in civil activities. The Southwest community has a lot in common, and we have most of our refugee migrants placed in the Southwest area. And the students have trauma. While they were migrating here, they have seen so many unpleasant things, and there are a lot of bullying going on in the schools, and they have different cultures which are they are not comfortable with the other students bullying them because of that. So we are asking that the immigrant refugee communities will be placed in the Southwest area so that they can be around people of their sort, so that they will be comfortable. And the Southwest neighborhoods of Gulfton, Midwest, Westwood, and Braeburn.
Thank you so much. Your
have
time
a
is
lot of
up.
immigrants there. So I'm urging the
Our next item held for registered speakers is C1 personnel. Will Larry McKenzie please come to the podium? The speaker is also registered to item I4 and the hearing of the community.
More communities are offered up the same opportunities that the other communities are offered when you remove principals and put principals at schools. Removing Ms. Guillory from Yates is atrocious. It's the same playbook that they use when they're about to start closing schools. Now, we also have secondary DAEP, and I want to give you a praise report because I had someone to call me. I've been coming to these meetings since 2005, 18 years, and this is the first time someone has called me to ask me, well, what can we do about this? So that's the thing. Now, we sit up here and we need everything. Talking about Yates, Yates goes, the rest of the schools go. And I've been here, and every one of you know me or seen me. The time is now. So if you're not with us, that means you're against us, and you need to go.
Our next item held for registered speakers is I1, approval of vendor awards for purchases over $100,000 and ratification of vendor awards for purchases under $100,000. Will Tracy Riley please come to the podium?
Good evening. I'll just go off the cuff. I wanted to ask you this evening to consider tabling item I1. The specificity is on page 38 of your packet. It's 23-10-10.01, LED marquee and sports signs. I was an athlete. I think that sports signage is amazing, especially at the high school level. But the way that this was presented for public viewing and within your packet doesn't offer specificity, and it includes an athletic item to LED marquee signs. And while it's so important to market our schools, I've been around for a minute, and those signs break. And so as a steward of our public dollars, I'd really ask you to pull it tonight and go back to the purchasing team and ask for consideration. Can we maybe break it down by elementary, middle, and high school? Can we take the sports item and see what that dollar amount is? And maybe it's on multiple campuses and it isn't just one, but the way that it was presented left a lot of room for questions and confusion, and maybe that doesn't exist. So if you'd be willing to pull it tonight, I think as a public we'd feel a lot.
Our next item held for registered speakers is K4, approval of proposed revisions to board policy EIF, local academic achievement, graduation, second reading. Will Dr. Alejandra Vitela please come to the podium?
Good evening, Board. I'm a 7th grade dual language teacher, instructional coach, robotics coach at Burbank Middle School. I'm also a secondary Teacher of the Year finalist and a council member for Latinos for Education. This year, I was offered a promotion with Career Pathways. At the time, my student, a newcomer from Venezuela, was struggling to log into Power School. I showed her how to log in, and she said, "Que Dios se lo pague." May God bless you. That was the moment I chose to remain in the classroom. I attended a conference whose focus is the hiring and retention of diverse teachers. I found that minority families feel more comfortable approaching teachers of color when asking about graduation requirements. As a first step to holding ourselves accountable for a diverse teaching staff, I'm asking that the district post a dashboard on its website where teacher demographics are available as a district and to all stakeholders so that we can track the progress on this issue. Thank you very much.
Our last item held for registered speakers is K6, approval of proposed revisions to board policy FFH local, student welfare, freedom from discrimination, harassment, and retaliation, second reading. Will Jackie Abreu Hill please come to the podium?
I have been to so many of these meetings and have advocated for the children in HISD. And now, tonight especially, all I notice in these meetings is the constant race and ethnicity wars. How are we supposed to function as one when everyone is discrediting one another? How can you judge a person by the color of their skin or ethnicity if they can't do their job or teach a child? We need to work together for the kids. You're taking away from the black schools, the SPED students, and you're also encouraging diversity, equity, inclusion in schools, which is now teaching kids to do exactly what all of these adults in this room are doing now, judging one another. Enough.
Please refrain from clapping.
Please stop the judging. Work together. Figure it out together. Please.
This concludes our agenda speakers. The first meeting of the new year involves the election and installation of board officers. We will now proceed with the election process conducted in accordance with our board operating procedures. Nominations for office of president are now in order. Are there any nominations?
Madam President, I'd like to nominate Trustee Donnie Hernandez for president.
Is there a second?
Dygard, second.
Any other nominations? Please vote. Seven for, 2 against, 0 abstention. Motion passes.
Okay. Seems like it's the next thing. Y'all are gonna take a picture and both of them.
Okay.
At which time, well, you're.
This gavel is a symbol of authority. Wield it unflinchingly but righteously, with courage but humility, with determination but with compassion and understanding. As you accept this gavel and the authority that goes with it, may you bring success to this district and to its school children.
Several government agencies have marked 2022 as the 6th warmest year on record in more than 100 years. And scientists...
I am delighted that my first duty as president is that of thanking Trustee Cruz in serving as our board president during 2022. Muchas gracias por tu servicio. Oh, now I want to give you this gift. So the gift is etched with HISD's seal on it, and it is inscribed, Judith Cruz, 2022 Board President, Outstanding Leadership, Dedication, and Advocacy on behalf of Houston's school children. Nominations for the first vice president are now in order. Are there any nominations?
I nominate Trustee Guillory.
Second. Trustee Guidry has, Trustee Santos has nominated Trustee Guidry. Is there a second? Are there any other nominations for first vice president? There being no further nominations for the office of first vice president, nominations are now closed. All in favor of Trustee Guidry, vote yes. Please vote. Yeah. Trustee Guidry has been selected as first vice president. Unanimously. Nominations for the second vice president are now in order. Do I have a motion to nominate?
I nominate Bridget Wade for second vice president.
Trustee Dygaard has nominated Trustee Wade. Trustee Guidry has seconded. Are there other nominations for second vice president? There being no further nominations for the office of second vice president, nominations are now closed. Please vote. Trustee Wade has now been nominated for second vice president unanimously. Nominations for the office of secretary are now in order. Do I have a motion to nominate?
I move to nominate Kendall Baker for secretary.
Second. Trustee Dargard has nominated Trustee Baker. Trustee Cruz has seconded. Are there any other nominations for secretary? There being no further nominations for the office of secretary, nominations are now closed. Please vote. Trustee Baker has now been nominated has now received the office of secretary with a unanimous vote. And nominations now for the office of assistant secretary are not open. Do I have a motion to nominate?
I nominate
I
Trustee
move to
Bluford
nominate
Daniels. I nominate Trustee Bluford Daniels.
Second.
Trustee Santos has nominated Trustee Bluford Daniels. Trustee Dygaard has seconded. Trustee Baker has seconded. Are there any other nominations for assistant secretary? There being no further nominations for the office of assistant secretary, nominations are now closed. Please vote. Trustee Baker has now, Trustee Bluford Daniels is now our assistant secretary. I now install each of you into the office to which you were elected. I charge each of you to be faithful and diligent in exercising the responsibilities of your office during 2023. We will now take pictures down in the front and we will take a 10-minute recess. The board is recessed at 5:51.
Right now, purchase a single-stage complete equipment changeout all sizes stop on Sundays, and neither do we.
Good morning to you, everyone. Happy Sunday.
So start your morning right with Fox 26 Morning News at 5 a.m.
I'm Denise Middleton. Thanks for waking up early with us. We have Lena Maria here with the first.
At 7, it's local politics on overload. What's Your Point puts local politicians on the hot seat.
I'm Greg Rugen, and welcome to What's Your Point.
And at 8, news and politics goes nationwide with Fox News Sunday. Start your Sundays fully informed, beginning at 5 a.m. This newscast is brought to you by Advanced Hair Restoration, Houston's simple one-day hair loss treatment.
Public universities in Texas are hoping to get a piece of that $33 billion state budget surplus. 6 universities are asking for $1 billion. Fox's Stephen Dial explains what the universities are offering students in return.
The cost of college, like anything these days, continues to rise. According to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, the average public college tuition per semester in Texas has increased nearly 30% since 2014. With a record $37 billion surplus, state university systems want a piece of the pie. A letter was sent to the House Speaker Dade Phelan, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, and Finance Committee chairs asking for $1 billion in exchange for freezing tuition for 2 years.
As I looked at the deal, my first reaction was they're probably not going to get $998 million.
We spoke to Mike Nitzel, President Emeritus at Missouri State University, on the phone. He is also a senior contributor for Forbes. The letter was signed by 6 chancellors representing the University of Texas, Texas A&M, Houston, North Texas, Texas Tech, and Texas State University systems. The billion-dollar request would pay for improvements to regional campuses, university technology, and other expenses.
A significant part of the money that was requested apparently in this letter is for fringe benefit. It's for the health benefits of employees of the universities, asking the state to pick up the same share for those employees as it does for other state employees.
The letter cites inflation as one of the challenges facing schools. While Nitzel does not think schools will be getting the full amount they are requesting, he describes this as the opening volley in a lengthy back and forth.
About 70% of any college's or university's budget is in people. And so when you look at increases in health insurance, when you look at the need to keep wages, competitive, that's a significant feature of the cost increases at any college or university. So I don't think inflation is as much an excuse as it is a reality these institutions are facing.
That was Stephen Dial reporting. So far, the House Speaker and Lieutenant Governor have not responded to the letter. Well, the San Antonio Spurs have set a new NBA record for most tickets sold to a single game. They've done it with their return to the Alamo Dome this Friday. Now, normally the Spurs play at the AT&T Center, but they will return to their former home for their 50th anniversary. They have already sold more than 63,000 tickets. Wow, that breaks the record held by the Bulls and the Hawks in 1998 at the Georgia Dome, which had 62,000 fans there. Well, the London Zoo has introduced its first newborn of 2023. It's a two-toed baby sloth. Oh, so many people love sloths. You can see the tiny sloth clinging to its mama's belly at their zoo enclosure. Zookeepers nicknamed the baby Nova. A zookeeper says sloth babies usually cling to their mothers until they're at least 1 year old in order to develop their muscles so that they can swing from tree to tree. Well, partying more could help your mental and physical well-being. Don't have to tell me twice. Fox's Ashley Strohmeyer takes a look at the new study highlighting what you need to do at your next celebration to keep you feeling healthy and happy.
Turns out partying could be the key to improving your health. Researchers at Indiana University are revealing the results of a new study which finds celebrating life events can positively impact your mental and physical well-being.
Celebrations can lead to what well-being experts call increased perceived social support. Perceived social support is really important because it's this belief that your social network will be there for you in the event that something bad happens.
This belief alone can enhance your outlook on life and generate other benefits.
There's improved life expectancy. You're better stresses and anxieties that kind of come up in the day-to-day.
So how can you reap these rewards? Analysts say the first thing you need is a positive achievement to recognize.
Maybe you had a graduation, maybe you got a job promotion, maybe you just, your garden's doing really well and you're really proud of the work that you've put into your garden. Anything positive in your life you can use.
Then, as long as you have people to celebrate with and you mark the occasion with food and drink, researchers say you can start feeling socially supported. The study also says these events can prove especially helpful at senior living centers where people may face heightened loneliness. If you can't make it in person to a celebration, researchers found virtual gatherings honoring a positive life event can provide the same benefits as long as there's other virtual attendees and everyone has something to eat and drink. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
You're watching the News Edge Early Edition.
Coming up at 6, a look at a suspected killer's past. This is after an Ailey teacher is found shot and killed. What we know about their connection. Also, we now know the fate of nearly 50 Houston ISD students with special needs that were in danger of being relocated. And one day after airlines experienced a glitch that resulted in a nightmare, thousands of delays and cancellations, well, there's an investigation into that computer system. Now it's the focus for tonight. The News Edge Early Edition starts right now. Good evening to you. I am Rashi Vats, and we begin with the man accused of shooting and killing an Ailey ISD teacher over the weekend. Now police are saying that he is in custody over in Louisiana. Investigators say the two met on a dating website just 1 week before this brutal murder. Fox 26's Natalie He joining us live from Sugar Land with the horrifying details. Natalie.
Rashi, that's right. Sugar Land police tell us 28-year-old Wendy Dwan had invited her friends over to her home here in Sugar Land to meet this new man in her life for the first time on Saturday. Police say the two started arguing, then the man took out his gun, shot her up to 10 times before fleeing to Louisiana, and records say that this is not the man's first domestic violence incident. 26-year-old Jarvis Thompson was arrested in Shreveport, Louisiana Wednesday and charged with murdering 28-year-old Wendy Dwan at her home on Oxford Mills Lane in Sugar Land last Saturday. Police say Dwan and Thompson had met on the dating site Meet Me just a week before on New Year's Eve. Investigators believe the two got into a fight during a hangout with friends when Thompson shot her more than 10 times, killing her. Police now warning anyone using dating apps to be vigilant and extra careful.
If you do plan to go meet that individual, you let your friends know, let your family know what you're doing, who you're going to meet with, try to verify who you're meeting with. Try to meet definitely first couple times in a very public place, very open place where there's, people around you in a safe setting, a well-lit setting.
Court records show Thompson had a violent past. Last May, the 26-year-old was charged with assaulting his ex-girlfriend in Harris County. Sources close to the investigation say Thompson punched her in the face during an argument, was arrested, then later posted a $1,000 PR bond. Prior to that, Thompson had a theft charge from 2018 and a drug charge from 2021 in Montgomery County. Now, investigators say Thompson is scheduled to have an extradition hearing soon. He is expected to be transported back to Fort Bend County Jail shortly after that. From Sugar Land, Natalie He, Fox 26 News.
Thank you. Well, Humble ISD says its police department is now investigating after a teacher is accused of assaulting a student on camera. It happened yesterday at Humble High School. A teacher is seen on video putting his hands on a 10th grade student as other students try to pull the teacher off the boy. Well, the teacher is said to have gone into another classroom to ask the student to quiet down. The boy's father says after a quick exchange of words, the teacher took his son out of his chair. Albert Bolden says he told district officials he wants the teacher charged and arrested.
If my son would have defended himself the way that he should have and needed to, y'all would have had my baby in handcuffs, right? They said yes, we would have had no choice but to take him to jail.
Humble ISD says, quote, this should not have happened. It is unacceptable. The teacher has been put on leave. An investigation is underway, and it is likely he will be returning when the investigation concludes. Well, the district goes on to say on January 11th, 2023, the teacher was helping out in another classroom when he used physical force to try to get a student to take a seat and listen. These actions are unacceptable and contrary to standards and expectations for all employees. Well, over in HISD, a special needs program at TH Rogers will remain in place.
Parents had to really fight to keep their students from being removed from the Preparing Students for Independence program. HISD had put the decision on pause prior to the holiday break. This after hearing from upset parents during a school board meeting, which happened last month. This is so disturbing. A 21-year-old Waller County man is charged with murder. He confessed to killing his 21-year-old wife, whose decapitated body was found at their home. Just brutal. The Waller County Sheriff's Office says Jared Dickus and his wife had been married for less than 4 months. Deputies found a knife at the property on Oak Hollow Boulevard, which is believed to be the murder weapon. Investigators are still searching for a motive. Well, nearly 2 weeks after his arrest, accused Idaho murder suspect Brian Koberger back in court. Fox News correspondent Dan Springer has more from Moscow, Idaho.
A day after classes resumed at the University of Idaho, the man accused of killing 4 students off campus appears in court. 28-year-old PhD criminology student Brian Koberger appearing for a status hearing Thursday.
Are you waiving your right to a speedy preliminary hearing and agreeing that that hearing can be held outside the 14-day period?
Yes. In court, Koberger remained calm and kept his face directed at the judge as he waived his right to a speedy preliminary hearing. His defense team did not ask for him to be released on bail. Prosecutors also did not reveal if they will be pursuing the death penalty if the case goes to trial.
You will be remanded into custody on your saying no bail at this point in time.
Koberger has yet to enter any pleas. He faces 4 charges of first-degree murder in the fatal stabbings of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Kernodle's boyfriend, Ethan Chapin. All 4 were killed inside a home they shared in the early morning hours of November 13th. Court records indicate Koberger was tied to the murders through DNA evidence. Cell phone records also show the graduate student may have been stalking one of the students in the months leading up to the attack. A motive, however, is still unclear.
Before we left for winter break, it was, scary, just kind of knowing that they hadn't caught him yet. But I think being back now, I feel pretty safe on campus.
Koberger's preliminary hearing was scheduled for June 26th, and his attorney anticipates it will take 4 to 5 days. In Moscow, Idaho, Dan Springer, Fox News.
A Missouri City police officer running for Houston mayor was in court this morning. Robin Williams is charged with assaulting her fiancé. Court documents say the former Marine punched her fiancé in the mouth, tased him, hit him with a police baton repeatedly, and even threatened to kill him.
Everyone should be held accountable. It doesn't matter what their status is in the community or who they are. Everyone should be held to the same accountability that the citizens of Harris County expect.
Williams is out of jail on a $15,000 bond after her first court hearing yesterday. She's also on administrative leave. The Houston Texans are on the search for their new head coach after firing Lovie Smith. Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson had his first head coach interview today. The Texans announced this afternoon that they have completed an interview with Johnson. The interview was done virtually. In-person interviews are expected to happen after the wild card round is over. Fans are wishing Lisa Marie, the daughter of Elvis Presley, well. This is after the singer suffered a heart attack earlier today. Presley was reportedly found laying unresponsive in the bedroom of her home in Calabasas. This is according to TMZ. Presley's ex-husband, who's been living with her for some time, performed CPR until paramedics arrived. A current condition still unknown at this time. And whatever happened to Mpox, or what we used to call monkeypox? Health officials explain why the disease, formerly known as monkeypox, has disappeared. Late August, the White House declared Mpox a public health emergency, and since then, cases have dramatically decreased. Well, how's that happening? Health officials credit the fast release of Mpox vaccines to at-risk communities and also efficient public information campaigns. Snoopy back on Earth after taking a journey with Artemis 1. A plush replica of the iconic Beagle acted as the zero-G indicator on the mission, telling scientists when the spacecraft enters the microgravity environment of space. So kind of just floating around. Snoopy landed back on Earth a week ago. NASA hopes to get a manned mission relaunched to the moon by next year. Why has no one talked to Snoopy yet? Well, this week, the debate on gas stoves is really heating up. It started after the Consumer Product Safety Commission proposed banning them for safety reasons. A report just came out in December that found 12% of childhood asthma cases are actually linked to the gases which are produced when you turn on a gas stove.
One is carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide,
recent studies, including some that we've done at Consumer Reports, have found that nitrogen oxides are also created inside the home when you're turning on a gas burner.
Recent reports say those emissions can cause heart issues, cancer, and respiratory illnesses. But in a statement, the American Gas Association points to a study that, quote, detected no evidence of an association between the use of gas as a cooking fuel and either asthma symptoms or asthma diagnosis. Well, as inflation continues to slow down across the U.S., one grocery item continues to go up. If you're looking at the video, you've probably guessed it. We're talking about eggs. Prices are showing no sign of cracking as the avian bird flu driving up the average price of a carton up to $3.59. That's more than the average price for a gallon of gas, and in some regions, it's close to $5 a carton.
Every time you lose 1 million chickens, you're losing about 15 to 16,000 cases of eggs a week in production for every 1 million birds that gets affected.
The USDA does say that egg inventories are starting to improve, but in the short term, American consumers should expect to pay those higher prices for a dozen of eggs at the local grocery store. Friday the 13th, it's tomorrow. Might not be unlucky for you because you have a chance at being a billionaire. With a B, Billy. This is because
Now reconvened at 6:09 p.m. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge Representative Jolanda Jones, who is with us, state reps. And then also we have T.H. Rogers' parents here who have signed up to speak, and if there is no opposition from my colleagues, we would like to allow y'all to speak first. So if you have registered to speak today, please. Any opposition from the board?
Objection? No objection.
Objections? T.H. Rogers?
So it's right here. Masha,
First, we have Masha Pobinski,
followed by
Julie Beeson.
Oh, is this on? Sorry. Good evening, trustees. I'm Masha Pobodinsky, a former HISD student going to Rogers and then Westside High School, and now I'm a law student. I'm relieved to hear that a decision has been made to keep PSI students at Rogers because moving them would have been a terrible mistake. To summarize, TA directives set an illegal cap on special education services, which led to a federal investigation in 2018 that found that TEA and HISD violated numerous federal special education laws, and OSEP monitors have observed failure every year since in Texas districts, including HISD. It has been a terribly stressful few months for the Rogers community. I hope the board takes steps to work with OSEP to clarify special education obligations and to promote transparency in the future. For example, the HISD webpage on LRE is currently incomplete, full of blank spaces. I did find a TA rubric for effective practices for students with significant cognitive disabilities, but it was inconsistent with the directive to remove PSI students from Rogers. I have written testimonies from my former classmates emphasizing
Thank you. Julie Beeson, followed by Warefta Hassan.
Julie Beeson, and my son is Bo Aubin, a PSI student at Rogers. We just in the last hour, Mr. House, received your communication regarding the program, and I know you chose your words very carefully, but you used the word future and not indefinitely, and I know that's maybe not a word you would use, but we don't know if that means 2024. We're not trusting yet, and we're still processing. So I'd like to just read real quickly. I'd like to address an NPR show that aired this morning, and your hearing officer, Kachira Bradford, she called our school not modern. So she said it's not modern for our children to be taught in a medically, physically, socially, and psychologically safe special needs only environment most of the time, even though that is what the parents and the ARD committees have recommended. Bradford suggests what she is suggesting is not modern, it's archaic. Shuffling these innocent lambs to the four corners of the district to be stuck in a classroom in the back of a giant high school or middle school is not modern. It's turning the clock back 70 years when kids like Rogers is one of the last jewels in HISD
Morefta Hassan, followed by Ruthie Green.
I'm Warefta Hassan, a Vanguard parent at T.H. Rogers. I spoke in December and requested the board to keep the PSI MI program at Rogers. After today's NPR report and Principal Shanier's email just about an hour ago, we now know that the PSI program will stay at Rogers. However, it sounds like the district may continue to dismantle the PSI program. I chose to speak to you because you are our elected officials. We voted for you because we trust you to do what is in the best interest of our children. I have a dream that we can work together to come up with the best plan. Speaking of a dream, it was around MLK in 2021 when my daughter, right there, asked me, Mom, have you ever stood up for what you believed in? In the middle of a pandemic, I'm like, what is this crazy 5-year-old talking about? And I said, I don't think so. She walked away saying in her sassy way, well, MLK Jr. did. I wish you would too. I'm here. I believe in the Rogers model. And please, I urge you to bring back the DEF program. Give Rogers back what we were, what we have been. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruthie Green.
Good evening. I'm Ruthie Green. I am a parent of a PSI who have been at Rogers since 2006. We anticipate to graduate from Rogers in 2024. We thank you for staying your hand. We thank you for saying that you're going to reach across the aisle and talk to us. We have great ideas. We want to share with you how you can look at the program and make it work, all to meet all of the federal regulations that we know that you have to meet. We're here. We want to be partners. Rogers has been my partner in all aspects of my life and my son's life. And we want you to know we are available. Listen to and call us, email us, whatever you need to do to make sure Rogers stays in place. And all of the factions, and even we would like the deaf and blind to come back. Our community as a whole worked together. Let us stay together. Bring us back together as a family like we were.
Ms. Trin, we have one Zoom speaker. Has he been called?
Lee Bowie, you are now joining the virtual meeting. Please turn on your camera, your speaker, and you may begin. Lee Bowie, you are still on mute, and your camera's not on. Please turn it on, and you may begin. David Lee, we see you. Please begin. You have 1 minute. You may begin, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. Parent of two Vanguard students at T.H. Rogers. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Please continue. We can hear you and we can see you. Please continue.
Okay. Good evening. I'm a parent of two Vanguard students at T.H. Rogers. I would like to just show my support this evening.
If you are watching the meeting, you are probably getting feedback. So turn your meeting off. We can hear you. Just continue.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. It's my first time.
It happens. It's all right.
Okay. Good evening. I'm a parent of two Vanguard students that currently at T.H. Rogers. I would just like to show my support for both the PSI MI program and the DEF program. I would really like the board to consider bringing the DEF program back. It's truly my belief that both the PSI program and the DEF program will provide my daughters with the ability to learn firsthand the diversity and beauty of all students, no matter what background we may have or challenges we may bear. The opportunity to learn to treat others with respect, kindness, and patience, and the fortitude to lead others in forming a community that welcomes everyone. I'm going to steal a line from my alma mater. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you to the speakers. Now we will move on to A1. But before that, we want to acknowledge Councilmember Evelyn Shabazz, who is in the audience with us. Carolyn Shabazz. Just acknowledging you right now. Thank you. We are now ready to consider our discussion and report item. Oh. Okay. So, House Rep Jelana Jones, would you like to say some words?
Yes. Well, I'm glad I'm over here. Really quickly, so I just want to congratulate you guys because I know that this is Board Appreciation Month, and I know this is a thankless job because I used to be there. That's the first thing I want to say. I want to say I'm the former trustee for District 4, and all I will say is that I have received more calls, even though I'm no longer the trustee, I've received 1 million calls about what's going on at Yates, and I hope you guys make the right decision because people are or have made the right decision, whatever it is. I know that the community supports her. This is the only issue that I've received a ton of calls on. I just want to let you know that because I'm the state rep and they wanted me to let you know. Thank you.
All right. Now we're ready to consider our discussion and report items. A1, acceptance of board monitoring update, presentation of Goal 3 and progress measures 3.2. Superintendent House, please proceed with your update. Colleagues.
Excuse me, Madam President. Before we proceed, we have Mr. Roland Martin in the audience, and he was asking if he could speak at this time before we get started. Of course, that is, and I'd like to make the motion that Mr. Roland Martin is allowed to speak at this particular time.
Any objections? Mr. Roland Martin.
Thanks a bunch. My name is Roland Martin. I'm Jack Yates' class of 1987. I flew all the way from Washington, D.C. With regards to this decision regarding Tiffany Guillory at Jack Yates High School. I've dealt with the last 4 superintendents dealing with what's happening at Yates. And finally, we've had stable leadership at Jack Yates. I go back to 2009 dealing with these various superintendents. The reason I gave a $25,000 scholarship, because finally we had a leader who was putting the necessary things in place to improve Jack Yates. I've been inducted into 3 Hall of Fames. National Association of Black Journalists in December 21, and in October, the Society of Professional Journalists. And I was going to have an event here in Houston celebrating that, and I called her and I said, I want to have it at Yates because I wanted those students to understand you can go from Jack Yates to be one of the top journalists in the country. And at that event, I plan to announce a $50,000 donation to our School of Communications. But if this board chooses to fire Tiffany, I will pull every dollar I have given. And this district also called me to celebrate for your ISD 100. And if you make this move, I will reject that. Because as you cannot sit here and continue to have upheaval at this school when you have parents and students who understand why you need consistent, stable leadership. I have always wanted to reinvest in Jack Yates. My parents are graduates of Jack Yates. My aunt, a longtime education leader in this district, Pam Lamont, is a graduate of Jack Yates. And at some point, this board has to understand Yates will never be what it used to be and what it should be unless you have stable leadership. Tiffany Guillory, she is the reason why I chose to make that investment. And I should not look to move my dollars elsewhere and take it to another school, not only in this city, but across the country. And trust me, I've interviewed numerous presidents. I've known members of Congress, talked to 15 today. There are many folks who would love to have my money, but I prefer to leave it in HISD. If you make this move and fire her, you're making a great mistake. This community stands behind her, graduates stand behind her, students stands behind her, and if it's a question of test scores, if it's a question of academic progress, we should be analyzing what resources they need, what new programs they need, what is best for the students. That's what should happen. And I'll be more than happy to meet with you, Mr. House, because I've met with the previous superintendents, and I've dealt with superintendents all across this country as an education advocate. But let me be real clear. Guillory should be the principal at Yates, and this action should not be taken in the middle of a school year. It is grossly disruptive to the education process, and I hope this board makes the right decision, because trust me, I'm doing my show live right now. I'm broadcasting this show live right now. And I am more than willing, because I own it, to bring this show to Houston and focus on what's happening in this city if she is replaced. That should not happen. And so I hope you do the right thing for Yates and for the students and for the families.
Thank you. Superintendent House, please proceed with your update. Colleagues, please hold your questions until the presentation is complete.
Thank you, Madam President, and congratulations on your new role and in leadership with the board. I'd like to, of course, bring Dr. Allison Madney to the podium. She's going to share some insight and information around Goal Progress Measure 3.2. Dr. Madney.
Thank you, Superintendent House, President Hernandez, trustees. I'm here this evening to bring you updates around Goal Progress Measure 3.2. This report is a follow-up to the one that we provided in October, where we just looked at the 11th graders. This report adds supplemental data around our 10th graders and our 12th graders for this goal progress measure. So just as a reminder, want to orient ourselves around the terms that we use here in education, specifically with these reports. The beginning of year, middle of year, end of year. We've begun to put these acronyms and terms into the front of the presentation to help you with learning and with understanding as we work through these data components. Here are some of the specific terms for this report around the content. We are looking at college, career, military readiness data this evening, specifically around college readiness. And so we have some of the college readiness indicators there: advanced placement, international baccalaureate, dual credit, dual enrollment. So we will begin by looking at the percentage of students demonstrating college readiness. This is for goal 3.2, the percentage of students who by the end of 11th grade have demonstrated college readiness via advanced placement, international baccalaureate, that's AP or IB, examinations, dual credit coursework, or dual enrollment credit eligibility will increase 8 percentage points from 30 to 38 by June 2024. So on this graph, you can see we have added in the green 10th grade lines and the gray 12th grade lines. So in looking back at the 21-22 data, we see that, as a reminder from October, the 11th grade was at 29% of our students demonstrating college readiness. As 10th graders the year before, so we look back 1 year, we look at 2021, they were 10th graders, they were at 19%, and then they grew to that 29% as juniors. And the takeaway from this graph specifically is that we've really been relatively stable with 10th grade, 11th grade, and 12th grade bands of what percent of our students are achieving these indicators. Of course, programmatically, we see 10th grade being much lower because a lot of these opportunities happen in junior and senior year. But we do have students that can achieve these things in 10th grade, specifically around AP, dual credit. So looking at how we matriculate this over time is critical, and which is why we bring in that 10th grade and the 12th grade data to see the big picture. So looking at the by student group data, we again see a picture of remaining relatively stable Over time, with the exception of our English learner group, and that group is at the bottom left-hand side of the screen, we can see that that group went from 2021, the 10th graders, from 17% to 19% college ready, increasing by 2. The juniors, as we discussed in October, increased by those 10 points, the 23 to 33. And then the 12th graders increased from 30 to 39, so 9 percentage points for that student group population. Everyone else is relatively stable with minor ups and downs, but relatively flat as we saw in the previous slide. Here, what we're looking at is the percentage of students demonstrating that college readiness by method. So here's where we break down. Where are we excelling? Is it AP scoring a 3 or higher on the advanced placement exam? Is it our IB program scoring 4 or higher on the exam? Dual credit, achieving those credits for college coursework, or dual enrollment college coursework? And you can see by and large, historically, and that trend continues, that we are seeing the greatest percent of our students achieving college readiness and demonstrating the college readiness through our advanced placement examinations. In looking at the right-hand side, we're looking at the students meeting dual credit. So we broke this down a little bit more because dual credit, you can meet it in 3 ways. You can earn 1 credit of ELA, so one college course in the ELA set of courses, 1 course for math, or 9 or more credits in any other content area. And you can see here that we have had the greatest increase in our dual credit numbers in that equal or greater than 9 dual credit courses. So we have seen that improvement over time. In looking at our course participation rates, this is something that comes up quite often in our discussions, is what does participation look like? So we have the achievement, but let's couple that with the number and percent of students that are involved in these programs. So you can see here our dual credit participation is actually increasing, but we are not seeing it is on the previous slide, we're not actually seeing the output of earning the credits, even though our participation is increasing. But increasing that participation, getting that exposure for our students is critical. For AP, our 10th and 11th graders, you will see some declines in AP participation from 2021 to 21-22. And on this slide, finally, we see our percentage students demonstrating college readiness for our RISE campuses. And just as a reminder, this is baseline data. We show you historical, but the RISE program was not put in place until the 22-23 school year. So that really is baseline of where they started. And the numbers are indicative of why they are identified as RISE. Same trends that we've seen in the previous slideshows. And so we are looking forward to monitoring that as we are currently, and then at the end of the school year, looking at what the outputs are, and we will bring those to you as well. Superintendent House?
Thank you, ma'am. And trustees, one of the things that I want us to be cognizant of is that we told you we would be revisiting this goal specifically with 3 cohorts of information from, of course, the 21-22 school year. While we're not currently, as you can see, on target for the measure, we believe that we're taking, as we've talked about on several different occasions, the right academic actions to support our students' educational journey to be where they need to be. In thinking about the root causes, and I know that's one of the questions that will probably come up. We think about and we've talked about what our 11th graders have seen over the course of their last couple of years. We know that the pandemic has impacted them, and they've grappled with several different things that have affected their educational journey as well. We still were of course, grappling ourselves with quarantines, teacher shortages, and in fact, for many of our students entering 11th grade. They have only seen that kind of world throughout their high school journey. As a deeper root cause, we know that preparing students for success in college-level coursework and exams such as AP and IB, as we've talked about, dual credit as well, isn't something that happens over the course of a semester or even over the course of just 1 year. For us to truly move our numbers, we must have more students enter high school with the requisite skill sets and critical thinking skills to meet the measures on the exams that we want and expect. I'll continue to harp on the investment of high-quality instruction materials at the elementary and middle school level. Of course, that's where it starts, is making sure that they get what they need in the early years so that we don't get to a place in the high school years or 11th grade where we see the struggles from a statistical data standpoint. It's critical to the critical thinking skills needed for our students to be successful and eventually even that much more successful as they move on to college. The work that we're doing in the transformation network, academic outcomes through our RISE schools as well, is going to be extremely important and is a major role of how we focus our efforts moving forward. If we can strengthen the academic readiness of the students in our RISE campuses, especially those, again, at the elementary and the middle school level, we believe we will have more students ready to achieve at the levels needed to push the data even further than it is now. We've also increased the pre-AP curriculum and AVID program opportunities across a subset of high-need schools that have historically underperformed on these particular exams. A significant part of this strategy begins with ensuring that our students have access, just the opportunity with AP, IB, dual credit, and that's something that we've really pushed in my tenure here, working closely with universities, junior colleges, and other organizations to ensure that those opportunities exist. Our schools office and academics office continue to work as a team. We've talked about how critical that is with those two offices to ensure that principals are focusing in on those master schedules provided to students with the opportunity to demonstrate the college readiness on the 11th grade exam that we all want to see. Principals must balance their funding constraints with their student demographics and CCMR needs to offer the master schedule with the goals that we know that we expect for them to meet. The challenge is depending on the budget, the student enrollment. There must be strategic decisions made by campus leadership as we're supporting along the way. This all aligns with our focus this year of supporting our principals with the time, talent, and resources. We talked quite a bit about this during our last principals meeting just yesterday, where we had our principals, all 270 some odd, together in one building to really continue to build the capacity. This year, we've been extremely intentional around supporting our campuses that have historically not been able to offer AP coursework through utilizing ESSER funds to be able to expand the offerings that we all want to see. We've also been extremely intentional as a district in terms of expanding access to dual credit, as I mentioned earlier. However, we acknowledge that there are limits to students' ability to enroll in dual credit coursework, such as students being TSI ready and having access to certified instructors who are able to meet the qualifications to teach the dual credit courses. We believe that our efforts to improve how we attract, how we train, how we compensate our teachers will help in this regard as well. Using ESSER funds, we've invested in content-specific tutoring and supported our students to help them have the higher passing rates and exams that we want to see on our assessments. We believe that the supporting of our teachers is going to be extremely important as we continue to deliver this high-level, critical focus on our measures that you all want and expect to see as well. Now, one thing that we're extremely proud of that we see in this data is the significant improvement around our English learner population. We saw a 10% increase, as Dr. Madney indicated earlier, with this group. We believe a lot of this growth is due to the structured college readiness support that we've implemented in schools through our college readiness team and the targeted outreach of our students and families and English learners regarding college readiness. They have to hear it. We have to talk about it to them, and that is something that is happening. Now, one area that we're keeping our eye on is AP participation. It's important to note that the data that the report shows in reference to the percentage of students in the cohort that we have taken in reference to assessments. We now know that COVID-19 had a major impact, as we've said, on the ability of students to take exams even. So that that's partial reason of some of the decrease that we saw. We believe that our investment in the expansion of pre-AP coursework, it has to start with the pre-AP before we move to the AP, and the supports for students in our schools will be an important lever to increasing AP participation. Madam President, I'd be glad to take any insights and questions at this time.
We're now ready for comments or questions from trustees. We will do 2 rounds of 2 minutes each. If an additional round is desired, that can be done with a motion, second, and board vote. Kathy Bluford Daniels.
Thank you, Madam President. Just had a few questions. I didn't get one of my questions in time, and so I'm going to ask for a referral because I'd like to know, out of all the high schools, which ones have dual credit and how many dual credits does each high school campus have, along with the AP and the IB campuses, and the number of students that are associated with it as well. With each one of those campuses, I want to break down. But I have some concerns for
A breakdown of the offerings.
I'm sorry?
A breakdown of the offerings.
A breakdown of the whatever you want to call it. I want a breakdown. I have concerns for a loss of CCMR points that was brought to our attention, and how that may have impacted some of these high schools and their credit, their rankings, where they are right now. One of the other main things I had is, if we go to package page A1A, package page 13, it was 13 when I initially wrote my notes. I don't know what page it's on now. Stop my clock.
That's it.
Okay, that's it. Okay, so here, obviously, when I look at the African American, Hispanic kids, white kids, American Indian, the differences in the kids, and I look at 2021 versus 21-22, and every one of those years there's a decline, but primarily with the African American children. So I want to know what processes we're going to use to close that gap, with obviously the African American children being the lowest in this achievement. What are we going to do specifically to raise that floor? I ask this question all the time, but we've got to have a concerted, concentrated effort. And with what was brought to our attention as it relates to the CCMR points, could that have impacted this as well? Second, my last question, is there an indicator that'll show which children are attending 2- and 4-year colleges? And if not, then what kind of programs do we have that we're offering at these particular campuses? Because we've got to have something to retain these kids and prepare them for the future.
So thank you for your question, and we'll get that referral in. It's a very long question, but I'm going to try to dive in deep to it.
There's a lot of questions.
But, you know, several of the things were I talked about in terms of how we focus on dual credit, what it is to ensure that the offerings of their AP, what it is to make certain, which we've moved towards having high-level research-based curriculum in front of our students as well. Dr. Bird, would you like to share some additional insight in reference to the levers that are being focused on at this time?
Sure. So we have invested in 19 high schools that have historically been underserved. So we've added some infrastructure to those schools, including AVID expansion, all the way down to the elementary and middle school, so that the kids are prepared. It's one thing to just say you have to have AP classes, but if you don't put the infrastructure in place, then it's not going to be successful. We've also increased our partnership with UT On-Ramps, which is dual enrollment program. So some students at schools that haven't traditionally had AP offerings, one of the reasons that they haven't is the TSI component. Students are not eligible to take those classes because they don't have the TSI score. But dual enrollment you can take without that, and we are seeing success in that. So 51% of students that are taking UT On-Ramps class are being successful in that, and in the humanities, and 39% in STEM classes. So we're seeing traction with that. We've expanded that this year to more schools. We had it used to be at 6 campuses, now it's at 15 campuses. So there's more involvement there, and then. Also, in some schools that just have small enrollment, one of the things we're doing this year with ESSER money is, so maybe at school you only have enough kids to have one section of some AP class. So you wouldn't necessarily have the teaching force to do that. So we've hired some central teachers that can go from school to school, and so we can still offer the course at schools that have lower enrollment. That's another strategy we're getting to increase the opportunity for students who have historically not been able to take AP courses.
And thank you for that, Madam President. I know I went over, but we need to look at the middle school level too. That's going to feed into those high schools, so we can start preparing them accordingly. So I'd like to have all that information, so I'll know where we're lacking.
Sure.
Thank you.
Trustee Guidry?
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, so I'm going to follow up on Trustee Bluford Daniels, because I'm looking also at this package, page 13, and what concerns me about it is the African American student in every single grade reduced. It's the only demographic on this chart that shows a reduction in every single grade. So my concern is, what are we doing at the 10th grade level to address those students moving into 11th grade? What are we doing at the 11th grade level to address those students moving into 12th grade, so we don't see this in our EOI?
Well, I would continue to push it even further down. I think a big part of what we're implementing this year at the elementary level and the middle school level in terms of the new curriculum, the focus on ensuring that that's being taught in a manner that we have the kind of fidelity that we need is where it has to start. Yes, there are things that have to be focused on, but if we don't get that piece right, which is where we're putting a lot of resources and support on top of some of the things that we're doing at the high school level, that it becomes a situation where they're treading water and trying to figure it out while they're in the swimming pool. So we want to make certain that they have the preparation early on to learn what it is to do that backstroke or to do that breaststroke ahead of time, so that once they move forward. So when we've talked about the high quality curriculum, the high dose tutoring, a lot of that is happening at elementary and middle. Some happen at high school as well. Any additional inside information?
So one of the things that we've noticed too is after we came out of the pandemic, some schools did double block English and double block math. So that takes away the capacity to offer some AP classes just because you have less teaching staff. If they're teaching, double English and double math, there's less periods in the day for them to be able to offer those courses. So that's one thing that we've noticed. So we need to look at that. And another thing is we're adding additional courses that kids can take. So one of the reasons that the English learner population, one of the reasons that we saw an increase is because we allowed students who are native Spanish speakers to take the AP Spanish language exam. We increased by almost 30% the number of students that were taking that exam, and then their passing rate improved. We're doing the same thing with we're offering, there's a new AP course, African American Studies. We're adding AP Government to all of our schools because there are many kids that are in 12th grade that are taking a regular government class. They could easily take an AP Government class. We're adding AP Pre-Calculus so that students that are on an advanced math track can have that opportunity. So we're actually adding more offerings to expand the pool of courses that kids can take, because all kids can't take all AP courses, but everybody can find their talent and take the one that they are naturally good at.
Okay, thank you so much. That actually probably answers one of my other questions on package page 15. where we saw the reduction in AP. I mean, that's a huge reduction from 31% to 2021 to 19%.
Yep.
That's significant.
Very
So I'm assuming what you just suggested would also help with those figures, right?
That's right. So as we add more classes, then those numbers will go back up.
Perfect. My last question. Can we get a list of the
Trustee
next...
Guillory, I'll also say with the expansion of, because we're talking about, I think, AP here in IB, but there's also a conversation around dual credit classes. And so you'll have some students that have moved forward to take dual credit classes, which is reflective of some of this data as well. So we've had probably an increase there, a decrease here, which is not horribly a bad thing, that they're getting credit through a dual opportunity through a university. So I wanted to just make sure that we understood kind of that reflection in the data as well.
Excellent. Yes, that makes me happy. Can't wait to see the future numbers. Can we receive a copy of the names of the 19 schools that Dr. Bird just talked about? Because we are always told that we're adding schools and we're doing things for these numbers of schools. We don't know who those schools are.
Be glad
so
to.
I would love to see the list of the 19 schools.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Trustee Cruz?
Thank you, Madam President. So my question, first it's a comment. I definitely share the same concern as Trustee Guillory. If we go back to, I think it's slide 6, where it's the different student groups. It looks like largely across all grade levels, students were pretty stagnant with the exception of English learners, except for African American students. And so I definitely echo the concern that Trustee Guillory raised. It's pretty significant, and so I hope that we will see a difference there. Excited for English learners. I did mention that when we saw the 11th grade data, and it looks like there's trending, an upwards trend in 10th and 12th grade as well. So what is working in that group? Chief Bird, I heard you mention AP Spanish language, but what else is working with this group of students that is scalable to other groups so that we can ensure that all of our student groups are trending in an upward direction?
So we certainly have made investments in college counselors, college readiness counselors at all of our schools, and so I think there's been a concerted effort to work with groups of students that have where we see these dips in numbers so that we can reverse that trend. That has definitely helped. We have, in part of what I talked to when Trustee Bluford Daniels asked the question was about the infrastructure that we put in place. So that includes also tutors from universities. So we're trying to meet kids where they are in a variety of ways. So sometimes peer tutoring works. Sometimes, extra, there's kids that are enrolled in AP classes have access to online tutoring that might work for some of them. So we're trying to approach it from different ways to meet kids from the variety of places that they are.
So these are things that have worked with English learners, and y'all are all already implementing that with other student groups as well.
And when we get the information to you about which 19 schools, what the names of those 19 schools are, some of these additional services are beyond those 19 schools. They're going to all schools in the district thanks to our ESSER investment.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And looking at slide 8, so we talked about, folks have already mentioned less students taking AP. It's definitely a concern. And that more students are taking dual credit, but it's not necessarily resulting in them actually earning the credits. Can you tell me a little bit more about that, Mr. House, and what we can expect to see in the future?
Sure. Dr. Matt, do you want to share some insight specifically around that?
Sure, I can talk about the numbers component of it. So a student, when we're looking at our data on this slide right here, we're looking at students that actually earn the credit. And so it gets applied to the HCC transcript as well as the HISD transcript, whereas the subsequent slide is students that are in the course. So what the data indicates is we have an increase in percentage in percents of students that are having exposure and access to the coursework, but may not be actually receiving the credit during that same school year.
Yeah, so if they're not earning the credit, what are we doing to address that, and what should we expect to see in the future?
Dr. Bird, would you share some insights around the supports and
Sure.
remediation that we're focusing on as well?
So that's the expansion of tutoring from local universities. We have also have done more professional development with teachers. Our college readiness program has expanded. It reaches all the way down into middle school, and so that has been an investment over the last couple of years. So, and it's not just about go to a college visit and see what you want to do when you grow up. It's much more involved in that, and the programs are linked together so that we have more kids that are ready to take those courses. I can't specifically answer why kids are not achieving, and what's the gap right now. We have to look more deeply into that, but I will say that the expansion of tutoring programs and the expansion of online assistance, the implementation of pre-AP courses in lower grades will, because even if you don't take an AP course, those skills are going to help you in dual credit, dual enrollment, or AP, whichever of because it's just higher level critical thinking skills that are going to prepare you for any advanced coursework that you take.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is, I lost my train of thought. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Baker.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Superintendent House, in reviewing slides 6 with regards to African American students and slide 8, I want to ask you and your administration, how confident are you with these proven, are these high quality curriculum, the material that you use? I'm hearing that a lot. Are we using proven high quality curriculum? And also, how confident are you that your methods will close these achievement gaps? Will we see an actual increase by the time our next report comes? Because as the gentleman spoke so eloquently earlier, we want to look at trends that are set and want to replicate success. I like the way you said that. And also incentivize the students, and make them want to continue to do better. So, please.
Very confident. These are not just run-of-the-mill things that we chose because we chose them. These are things that have been proven. There's research to show there's school districts that have very similar populations as HISD that have moved forward. These are also supported at the state level in several states across the country. So we're very confident that we have the what right. So it's about the fidelity and the execution at this particular point. Of course, this year is really the first year that we've had an opportunity to have some normalcy with the number of kids that have come back to be able to support and provide these not only methods but also the right insights and information and putting them in front of our students and teachers. The other big thing is the professional development. It's extremely important that the PD that is received with these particular products is received in a manner that is focused on exactly what it is that we want to see. Trustee Cruz talked about earlier taking a close look at where we're replicating in the places where we're seeing success. That's something that this will allow us to do as well. We'll be able to see with the progress measuring exactly where we're seeing the success, how we need to replicate to make sure that educators are seeing the best practices with the high quality curriculum that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Santos.
Thank you, President Hernandez, Superintendent House, Dr. Matley. Thank you so much for the presentation. My question is in regards to page 6, Board Goal 3.2. What additional supports for students with disabilities are in place for their success in these advanced courses?
Sure. Some of the same supports, and I'll let Dr. Bird jump into some of this that you've seen with even our regular ed students with the high dose tutoring opportunities.
are in place as well. Unless there's a reason why a child couldn't receive those additional services, those are offered up as additional opportunities in school, after school. Dr. Bird, any additional insights here?
Trustee Sons, could you repeat the first part of your?
What additional supports for students with disabilities are in place for success in these advanced courses?
Yeah, it is the things that the superintendent mentioned, and that is where we have expanded tutoring greatly to make sure that students have access so they'll even try the course. And that's also our expanding the number of courses we take. So there are some kind of introductory AP courses that have very high success rates, so we want to make sure that we introduce those courses first to students. And in addition, this is the first year that we have, in addition to the curriculum that Superintendent House was talking about, this is the first year that we have adopted pre-AP curriculum from the College Board as well as AP curriculum from the College Board. So that is also helping consistency.
Thank you. And is there a follow-up with their IEPs when in regards to just meeting their needs in those IB AP courses? Is there an audit making sure that they have the?
So that would be revisited during their annual.
Okay. So what percentage of students with disabilities are moving on to a 2- and 4-year degree? And are we partnering with any higher institutions of education to help facilitate this?
We are definitely partnering with a multitude of different universities and community colleges to support the work. We'd be glad to get a breakdown via referral of the data that you
consider
requested.
this my referral, and I'd really like that broken down by two-year community college, 4-year university, and in other careers. What are the demographics of students with disabilities broken down? Basically, which students with disabilities have the ability to take advanced courses? Like, how is that?
So AP is an open enrollment program, but we would get you I'd have to go back and.
Okay, so then just furthermore, can we disaggregate the data so that we know what is working, what is not working, how many of our students with disabilities are taking, like the breakdown of IB courses, AP courses, dual credit coursework, and I'd like to know where they're being offered, like the percentage, like in the north side, are how many students in District 1, District 8, District 9, so forth.
Yeah, we can break it down by school.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Those are all my questions.
Trustee Wade?
Thank you so much, President. I want to echo what Trustee Guillory was bringing to light, and I also want to thank Dr. Bird for his responses. Superintendent House, we know, and we talk about this all the time, how important high-quality tutoring is and will continue to be. It is the #1 thing we've seen across not only HISD, but across the nation in getting outcomes for kids. So my concern is that we've got ESSER funds. So much of this is riding on ESSER funds, and we know that's coming to an end. So how do we start to work to make sure that we can keep this process going? It's a big concern for me, and may I piggyback on that before you answer? We need to come up with creative solutions from a budget standpoint, but also, possibly tutoring centers in the neighborhood, things of that nature. But I won't go into that now. So the other question I have is, are we advertising well enough to the community, to the students, most importantly, so that they're asking the questions about what those things mean? I mean, a lot of times, if they don't even know what AP is, or they don't even understand what it is, they can't ask.
Right.
And the parents can't either. And so I think we need to start by, if it's in the school buildings, if it's billboards, let's advertise. Kids love it. Let's text them. Have you thought about this? Have you done this? I'm all for any of those creative solutions. I'm all in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I heard a couple major levers in terms of questions. #1, in reference to the high-dose tutoring and being able to continue it beyond the ESSER cliff. It is definitely something that we plan to continue to focus on. A part of that is the work that we're doing in our fiscal transformation, making certain we know that over the course of the last several years there's been a deficit in this district, and that's something that we are currently working closely on, and we'll be providing you all with additional updates here very soon on some levers that we plan on pulling to continue to be able to support the financial means of the district to be able to continue those type of things. You also talked about the access for students and how you provide that access. Number one, utilizing the ESSER funds, we did provide a college access counselor at every one of our schools or high schools to be able to help support. Because sometimes if you don't know where your aptitude is, you won't make the effort to enroll in that class. So we have someone on those campuses to be able to support students to say, hey, you should give this a shot. This is something we think you can be successful in. So that is happening, and we expect to see those rates continue to rise. Dr. Bird, anything else?
Yeah, one of the things that we do is we give the district we pay for everybody to take SAT during the school day and also the PSAT. And from that PSAT, we get a report called AP Potential, which shows kids that maybe, a lot of kids, to your earlier point about marketing, take these classes because a teacher taps them on the shoulder and says, hey, you should try this. This is another tool that we have at our disposal that says maybe a shy kid who doesn't talk much in class, whatever, but they have the academic potential to do it. This is another tool that our counselors have to get kids enrolled in these AP classes to bring more attention. And I do think that we continue to improve our efforts of getting kids in. We have areas to improve with marketing these classes.
Okay, and thank you for that. But let me add to that. And I agree with you. We know that those tests promote or rise kids. They bring up the kids who have that potential. But there are kids out there who don't know they aren't putting a lot of effort into those exams because they don't think they have the potential. And so if the exam is the lever and we're not giving them the motivation to do well on the exams, you know where I'm going with that. So that's my question. Thank you.
Trustee Dygard.
Thank you. And I'm just going to make a comment really, really fast that this is like the most engaging progress monitoring I think we have ever had. So thank you, everybody. That's why I took myself out of the queue and sat and listened before jumping back in. So, Superintendent House, you mentioned a root cause is COVID, right? So it's why we have all of these ESSER dollars. So what mid-year adjustments are you making to the investment of those dollars so that you can achieve the target this year for this goal progress measure?
One of the investments that we know that we must make is to continue investing in the schools so that students have the opportunity to continue with the focus on the high dose tutoring. Also, we've talked, I'm sure ad nausea, around the high dose or the high quality curriculum. We're continuing to invest there, not only in the curriculum, but also the professional development as well, and making sure not only teachers but administrators understand the quality that needs to be happening through learning walks, the focus that should be happening in terms of engagement inside of the classrooms. So making sure that we continuously get better. Dr. Burke?
So there are some tools that we can use in mid-year. It's harder to correct this in mid-year because that class is halfway over. However, there are some semester courses like AP Government, there's some classes that we can increase enrollment. So mid-year corrections to participation are difficult, except for semester courses. But we do have a weekly dashboard that we see what kids are what the percentage of students that are utilizing the online tools that we have that we've invested in, and the College and Career Readiness team, they are looking at that data every week, and schools that are underutilized, they're being we're finding out why and what we need to do to get kids to utilize those tools.
So those tools, you're monitoring that on all campuses?
On all campuses, yeah.
So of those tools, are there any that you are finding that you have greater participation and greater results than others?
I would say Khan Academy, because it's been around longer, that has really high utilization. Some of them are new, like the pre-AP one that's new this year, so we won't know the results of that for a little while. But I think that that's the ones that have been around longer. Khan Academy definitely for math has helped increase achievement and increase college it's increased the skills that kids have to go to college.
And from for the ESSER investments, are you monitoring the per pupil spend of the different initiatives on, okay, this one is having an impact on 3 kids and it's costing us $5,000 per kid. Maybe we need to divert it and these kids over to something else.
In fact, just today, I got a report of usage of apps on our network, and we can see how much per student that's costing and what the utilization is. And so then we're going to reach back out to schools and say, hey, this is a district-wide license. In some cases, I think it's lack of awareness that it's available for the whole district, so we have to market in those and better. But in some cases, you get high usage at one school, but not at another school. So then we look and see, is it doing any good at that school? And if it is, then we need to increase the reach of that tool.
Or if you're making the investment and nobody's using
then we
it.
cut that investment.
Okay.
Yep.
And then. Okay, perfect. Is Avid, are all students participating in Avid?
No, not all students. There's a particular demographic of student, a particular student that's at a particular level. Avid is really for that student in the middle, quite frankly, that is really searching for that kind of access that we want to provide. Of course, we hear a lot about the services that are provided for our special needs population, the opportunities that are provided for our AP population, IB population. So Avid is for that group that's in the middle, to continuously encourage them to take those opportunities beyond what they would typically see around Algebra 1, Algebra 2. Look at those AP opportunities, but to also always have someone in their ear consistently to be able to support their journey towards college readiness.
So using the data on page 6 and the very real and appropriate concerns about the data for African American students, are you making sure that there is a targeted increase in engagement and participation, not just opportunity offered for African American students in Avid?
Absolutely. We have a particular child that we're looking for in Avid. Every school that looks a little bit different, of course, but yes, that target is definitely occurring.
Yeah, and in the ways we're reaching out to families also, because that is part of the equation. So we have sent letters home, QR codes to give families more information about AP programming in general, but also about the supports that are available. We have some camps going on in the summer for AP pre-AP, or rather AP calculus, for example. So there's a lot of different approaches that we're taking to encourage the participation, but also the achievement in groups listed here.
Thank you. And then, you mentioned, Superintendent House, the elementary, middle school level improvements that should lead to changes in the outputs on these measures. What indicators are you looking at currently at those school levels that give you confidence that you're going to meet this goal target?
Yep. Dr. Burt? So we just finished the TEA interim data. That's one data piece that we have to see. It's kind of a mid-year check. We'll use our middle of the year Renaissance data that we'll be getting back soon, and those are data, and then of course we use end of year summative assessment. But right now we're looking at interim data, how things are going, and see if we need to make any adjustments. Yep.
Thank you. Trustees, we will now conduct a hearing of the community so that speakers may be heard no later than 7 p.m. in accordance to board policy. We will continue round 2 after the hearing of the community. Only those who have registered by noon yesterday may speak this evening. Copies of handouts, materials have been provided to board services by noon yesterday. We have 11 registered speakers remaining this evening. Again, speakers are limited to 1 minute each. I'd like to remind speakers that when addressing the board, please stay on topic and refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as they are protected under the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. However, naming your own child is permissible in the course of stating your concern. The board encourages and welcomes comments and inputs from our community, but we cannot respond to or deliberate on any subject that is not included on the posted agenda. That is, the board cannot deliberate or respond directly to a speaker in this format. While the board listens to concerns of a general nature, speakers should practice normal rules of decorum. Obscene language and profanity will not be tolerated as this is a public meeting and our students are watching. Additionally, disruptions of the meeting will not be tolerated. We ask the audience to refrain from interrupting speakers while they present to the board during this portion of the meeting. Zoom speakers, please remember that we must see you live with your camera on as you speak. If you're watching the meeting on another device, please mute the device during the meeting. Please mute the audio when it is your time to speak to avoid audio interference. Turn on your camera and begin speaking. We'll begin with registered speakers who signed up to address the board in the auditorium. Will Jameson Parker please come to the podium?
Members of the school board, thank you for taking time to let me present my issue. I believe my home and 18 others are improperly zoned. After speaking with neighbors and reviewing zoning maps, there's a consensus that our home should be zoned to Travis Elementary. The 900 and 700 blocks of Pecor Street on the north side represent the northern border of Woodson Place and Woodland Heights Annex neighborhoods. All of our adjacent neighbors on Pecor Street are zoned to Travis, while our few homes are not. Our rationale for seeking this change includes neighborhood continuity, proximity to school, safety and traffic concerns for the commute to school, as well as more appropriate reflection of neighborhood and community involvement. To date, I've exchanged emails with Trustee Santos voicing these concerns, gathered signatures from 9 neighbors in support of this change, and now spoken on the phone with Eugene Salazar, Operations Administrative Officer. Eugene informed me on January 10th that the district does not currently have a process for this type of request. My goal is to raise this issue formally to make the board aware of our concerns. As a graduate of HISD, I thank you for...
Ms. Trin, is my understanding that we have 2 Zoom speakers? Will you please allow Dr. Pamela Boveland?
Dr. Pamela Boveland, you are in to speak. Please turn on your camera. Your speaker, you have 1 minute and you may begin.
I thought my camera was on. Oh, it's not. All right. Good evening. I've waited a long time to speak. I want to say the thing that is most disturbing for me to find out is that after we were promised that all campuses would have at least 1 therapeutic counselor, Yates does not have a therapeutic counselor. You are looking at a population that has a lot of children who are in shelters, who have a lot of pent-up anger, and you are not addressing that need. You talked a lot about all the academic things you're doing, but a therapeutic counselor is not a wraparound coordinator and is not a guidance counselor. These children need to have their mental health issues addressed on a regular basis. And that requires trust. And you have to put someone there that does that. We had numerous instances of false alarms, but no counselors from HISD, but they showed up in Heights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Norma Thomas?
She's joining. It takes a minute to join. Norma Thomas, you have now joined the meeting virtually. Please turn on your camera, your speaker. You have 1 minute and you may begin.
I hope that this is Norma Thomas who's supposed to be speaking. I still see someone else on the screen. However, while lending my voice to ensure that basic allotment increase is a #1 budget surplus expenditure, I ask myself, why am I lobbying the state legislature when my local district ignores my community, people who will be paying tax bills this month? Why am I lobbying for a district that allows poor campus leaders to sit for 3 years, thwarting the socio-academic development of our children, removes highly qualified, vested community teachers at the whim of insecure, inexperienced principals, gives old programs new names, and sends new programs to schools needing them the least, can find $1 million in a haystack for a baseball field, but can't find money to replace hazardous floors, living green space, air conditioners, light bulbs, whiteboards, and laptops. Why should I expect the Capitol to do the right thing when 44th Street won't? I have an answer. But Superintendent, the District 2 Acres Homes Partnership wants your answer. And trustees, we can explain slide 6, page 30. Thank you.
We will now continue to our auditorium speakers. Will Travis McGee please come to the podium? Followed by Michelle Williams.
Good evening. Even though I'm here with Jack Yates High School, this is a problem in our black schools, period. The average shelf life for every principal is like 2.5 years. You cannot expect the schools to excel with unstable leadership. In our community, you either going to elevate them or terminate them. You cannot continue to play musical chairs with our kids and their future by removing their qualified leaders. We know y'all continue to put these young, inexperienced principals because y'all can't control them. But we want stable leadership in all of our schools. This has to stop. If y'all want those test scores to go up, do away with the STAR testing. That's the only way you're going to make that happen. This is the only test I'm almost 50 now. I know I look good for that age, but I'm almost 50 now, but this is the only test I know you don't know what your grade got to be until after you finish the test. That doesn't make any sense. But I just want y'all to leave our schools alone. Most of our tax dollars take up budget, so we don't need the state to interfere with us anyway. Thank you.
Michelle Williams, followed by Sam Smith.
Good evening, Superintendent House, Board Trustees. Thank you for your service. My name is Michelle Williams, President of Houston Education Association. Tonight I'll bring before you an issue that we're having in HISD at our RISE schools as well as our regular schools. We have your leadership, and I've talked to Superintendent House about this, is going to be the death of HISD. These schools are being put on lockdown. That's what my students refer to it as, lockdown. And you talk about pipeline to prison. It's a problem. You have inexperienced principals, elementary principals at secondary schools have teachers walking kids to school, and you wonder why you can't keep teachers. The kids are leaving in droves. That's your decline, because your campus leadership is the problem. The way you micromanage your teachers, maybe you should look at your campus leadership. Thank you.
Sam Smith, followed by Meg Seth.
I need you to look at me. First of all, we're not closing no schools at all. The way you did JK's principal was wrong. We know what you do in Tennessee. I did my background on you. You came to Houston with these two people right here with you to close our school. We're not closing no school. Put Principal Guillory back at Yates High School.
Meg Seth, followed by Sister Mama Sonia.
The ability to recognize simple words often lead to serious reading problems. Intensive vocabulary training is necessary to help our at-risk students and our African American students. I have been asking questions about the ESSER funding pre-K kindergartens, and I cannot get any answers. I finally had to ask parents in the program. You do not have a speech and language pathologist. You are not helping children with vocabulary. Research backs up the need for language development for reading success. We have children in these classes that must have this interaction. I am a reading specialist and I know what I'm talking about. If we keep doing the same thing and expecting different outcomes, we are not interested in helping our kids. Why not? We must change our strategies and do what is best for kids. Why are we failing them? You are not able to strengthen students' academic foundations without starting at the beginning of their education. Firing principals and removing special education programs is outrageous.
Sister Mama Sonia Lucas Roberts, followed by Jerry Monroe.
Use us, don't listen to us, forget us. Do you really care about us? Happy New Year. New issues? No, old issues, New Year. Please make sure that our students are listening and learning the true history of America KKKA, not a watered-down version just to make little kids feel good. When there is a multiplicity of needs, please don't spend your budgeted almost $1 million on marquees. Remove the racist legacy from Delmar Stadium, or just call it KKK Stadium and Hitler Stadium. We need a therapeutic counselor at Yates, and preserve the rich, powerful, awesome legacy of Jack Yates, and do not continue to tear it down. Respect us, listen to us, please don't ignore us. I hope you really care about us.
Jerry Monroe, followed by Lacey Ackley.
I don't feel safe, so I brought my personal security since we got money to have security 24/7. You notice they stood up. The Army is bigger than that. The lies that you just told, young man, about tutoring, Jack Yates supposedly got $231,000 last year. According to my principal, 48 hours ago, she didn't get a dime. So I took your ESSA dashboard and I gave it to the feds. Terry Greer didn't leave here because he was tired. He left because I told him he had 48 hours to get out the building. Young man, you got two ways of going. You can pack your stuff and you can go. Or them guys with them 3 letters on the back, they come and pay you a visit. And all that stuff they did with Rise, it failed just like Lyft did up in the last city she was in. It's the same.
Lacey Ackley.
Tutoring seems to be the hot topic tonight. On October 3rd, I was informed by my child's teacher that she qualified for a math interventionist because her test scores proved that she had not grasped the concepts taught to her in the previous school year. That was 101 days ago. To date, no one has shown up. No one's helping bridge the gap. Why are we spending funds on third-party vendors like Catapult Learning if there's no return on the investment? If kids are going to go an entire semester without getting the extra educational help they need, how are they going to succeed in school or college? We gave up and hired our own tutor, which is another monthly expense in our line item budget. If you can't deliver for these kids who qualify for the extra help, then what are you delivering for their future education other than failure? And what happens to those kids who don't have the option of hiring private help?
That concludes our hearing of the community. We'll now return to A1 presentation. Trustees, feel free to get in the queue for round 2. Trustee Bluford Daniels.
Thank you, Madam President. I know I had a lot of questions firing off real quickly last time, so I decided to go back to the back and pull out my demonstration again of where we were last year with third grade reading so that visually you all could see comparatively. So, if you're not grasping it, this is the goal. These are the brown students, these are the black students, and these are the other students. So that'll tell you third grade reading last year, where our children were. I am so happy to hear my colleagues talk about raising the floor, because I've said that a lot, often, about raising the floor with these third grade scores. Third grade obviously impacts middle school obviously impacts high school. And thank you, Dr. Betty, for standing there so long, being ready for all this verbiage. But we've got to look at the whole picture. We've got to look at the big picture, and we've got to realize that The impact that we've talked about here continuously about these African American children, and now my colleagues are talking about it too, but the impact that we've been talking about here with these African American children and the Hispanic children and them not achieving their goal, this is not new. This did not start this year, and it did not start last year. It's been an ongoing problem. So just to throw Band-Aids at the issue is not going to help solve the problem. We owe it to our children. All of us are serving because of children. All of us are here serving because of children. So I'm going to go back to one of my original questions. I know I had several. What are we going to do to close that gap? What is the plan? And has the CCMR issue, if it was an issue with the scores not being taken accordingly or having an error in that process, if that happened, can it be corrected, one, and then if it can be corrected, it'll have an impact. Will it have an impact on our end of year results from last year for all of those scores that we're looking at here on page 6? That's a lot of questions again.
There were a few. Definitely. So, it goes back to what we talked about earlier. It's the high quality curriculum. It's the high dose tutoring. It's the support at the school level. It's having some normalcy for the first time to be able to execute. These things are in place for the first time, and I don't think we can discount progress either. We know that a year ago we were telling our community that we had 50 D and F schools. 40 of those schools are no longer D or F schools, so there was some progress. It's going to be more difficult to make that progress because the accountability measures have changed, but we have to continue to change along the way as well. Dr. Matt, do you want to share some additional insight as well?
No, thank you, Superintendent House. Absolutely. It's one of the pieces in regards to the numbers and making sure that we are monitoring and measuring along the way is being abreast of what changes are happening, and had discussion with principals yesterday around what are the rules that are changing around CCMR, around each of these pieces, and really having discussion and strategizing around now how do we continue as the needle moves higher and higher so that more students are represented in this and are ready to leave us. What does that look like differently in our buildings and on our campuses?
Thank you. It reminds me of that song, them bones and bones and dry bones. Everything is connected. All of it, the foot bone, knee bone, leg bone, etc. We got to figure out what we got to do to retain it or repair it.
Thank you.
Because it's broke.
Trustee Cruz?
Thank you. So one of my questions is, how are principals being held accountable to the targets for their specific schools for this goal progress measure?
Sure. I'd like to have Dr. Watts to share some insights around kind of what it looks like specifically, not only in our RISE schools, but from an accountability and capacity building standpoint, which is a big investment that we're focused on with our administrators at the site level. Dr. Watts.
So thank you for the question. And in fact, just today we were looking at our RISE campuses by school improvement goal, and each campus obviously has written a school improvement goal that is aligned to board goals. And we were looking at that, triangulating that with how schools did on the TEA interim assessment data and currently how far they are from their particular goal. So that is a process at the mid-year mark that is underway at this point in time, and we'll be working with our principals hand in hand to come up with their next leadership actions and plans that will support progress towards those goals.
So thank you for that information, but how are they being held accountable?
Dr. Watts.
Yeah. So obviously we want to start with high levels of support before we go to accountability, but the accountability metric comes at the end of the year when we get our final outcomes, and then we're able to make some decisions about the accountability piece.
Okay, thank you. Accountability is paramount if we're going to see results.
Absolutely.
Given what we know about inequitable access to AP and dual credit, and I heard that there's some schools that have less capacity to offer these course offerings, how are you going to speed up the process of equity of access?
So we've started that process already. A part of that was, as I mentioned earlier, having a college access counselor on each one of our high school campuses to really utilize the data to find students that, especially those students that might not take that jump into a dual credit class, AP class, and IB class. I think that's the first step. They have to have the confidence, and that confidence comes sometimes with the encouragement of an adult in the educational institution. So that's a big part of what we're doing. And then the support along the way is incredibly important, not only from the classroom teacher, but also the supports that come along with what it might look like with the tutoring, whether that be student tutoring, adult tutoring, but those supports have to be encouraged as well. Any additional insights, Dr. Burt?
And I would just say adding the central pool of teachers so that we can serve kids in schools that have perhaps not a high enrollment of AP students. They might not have enough to budget for a teacher. So having some central pool of teachers that we can assign to multiple campuses also is another strategy to increase enrollment in those schools that have been underserved. And also the continued expansion of AVID and pre-AP.
Okay, yeah, because that's my concern. I mean, obviously, if you're a large high school, you can offer a lot more classes. If you have more kids coming in ready for that coursework, you're able to offer those classes. But I feel like, I've already heard it from several of my colleagues that there are students, and to your point, Superintendent House just now, they have that potential and they have that capability. And I know that exists in every single one of our campuses. So I want to make sure that we are expanding that in a way that serves students in every single corner of this district, that there is true equity of access. So I'm glad to hear of that, and I hope to hear of other things in the future that really drive that equity. Thank you. In the November Q&A, I asked about our line item in our current budget, what it is for college and career readiness, and the response was $15.9 million, and the allocation from ESSER is $5 million. $15.9 million is less than 1% of our annual budget, and the ESSER allocation for college and career readiness is 0.5% of our total ESSER dollars. Additionally, we have the opportunity to earn millions of dollars when we have more students that are demonstrating college and career readiness. Essentially, the money we allocate and invest will come back as the CCMR bonus and pay for this line item in and of itself. This is one of our 4 goals. Thus, it is a priority of this district, and our money should align to our values. So how are we going to address this, and how will this show up in next year's budget?
Definitely look forward to approaching our budget cycle. We're looking forward to ensuring that we, of course, take a close look at what are the return on investments that we need to focus on and utilize as the example and platform to setting the stage for this new budget. So that's a part of what we're doing now. And schools have had quite a bit of financial support that have been pushed down directly to the school via ESSER and Title I and other dollars. So we're taking a close look through our research office of exactly what that return on investment has looked like and what we'll continue to invest in and make recommendations to, and what we'll pull back, especially if we're not getting the return on investment. So we look forward to that opportunity as we approach our budget season.
Thank you.
Trustee Wade.
Thank you, Trustee Hernandez. My question to you, Superintendent House, is I know we talk about RISE data, or I'll address you, and I know you say we can't get it till the end of the year, and that's a concern for me. I know we need without testing, are there any other solutions to getting data beyond just testing?
So testing is one strategy. And I know as a good classroom teacher, you should be doing interim assessments. And interim assessments are taking a close look at that daily work. Principals should have that opportunity to get feedback from principals during the learning walks as well, which is something that's happening with principals to teachers, SSOs partnering with principals as well to take a look at what that looks like in classrooms. So it's not just the formal opportunity that you typically hear about at the dais, but it's the informal opportunities as well. as a classroom teacher and principal, you know if a student struggle on quiz 1.2 or quiz 1.3, that they may need support in moving forward to be able to accomplish the progress measure or the goal that we're expecting them to. So there are different means academically that we should be looking at on a consistent basis that really has to do with kind of the skill of teaching and how we go about utilizing what we have in our classrooms.
I guess what I'm asking is, can we get any data sooner than the end of the year on how that's going? I mean, based on what you've just said, we should be able to get some
They'll get middle of the year.
idea of what the impact is, even if it's not the formal testing that the school's using. Some of our RISE campuses in particular, just how they're doing, an update from that principal on what they're seeing, just something. I think that would help us all see where it's going and if we're navigating this in the right direction.
At the school's office level, we are monitoring lots of different things, but I know some things that are coming up that you will have access to is the Renaissance middle of the year data, and that'll give us a comparison from how we started and where we are at the mid-year mark. Another way that we measure how our schools are performing, as Superintendent House has mentioned, is our walkthrough data. We work with a partner, TNTP, and we look at what optimal curriculum implementation looks like. So we have data that demonstrates where our schools are in terms of implementing the actual curriculum. And today was even having conversations about how we look at that data on top of interim assessment data to see if there's a correlation. We can look at T-test evaluation data. So there are several data points that are being monitored, and I think most of which you could have access to if you wanted.
Thank you.
Trustee Dygard.
Thank you. Okay, so back to this question about increasing participation. Should I really contemplate this more? You know, this was participation for last school year. So do you have any early indicators that show that you have increased participation this year, even though it's not reflected here?
Yeah, we do. Go ahead, Dr. Burke.
Question. Last year for UT on-ramps, for example, we had 6 campuses and we had 1,004 course enrollments. This year we have 15 campuses and 1,870 enrollments. We've also increased AP participation, again, in AP Spanish. We have, so yes, we can get you the breakdown of that data, but yes, we do have examples of increased participation.
Okay, I appreciate your answer. And then I also appreciate you can't do much mid-year to adjust and increase participation because, except in semester-long courses. But how are you adjusting ESSER dollars mid-year to make sure you have an increase in success of the kids who are participating? Especially given what Trustee Cruz shared about.
I think it goes back, and Dr. Bird, I can see you chomping at the bit. I think it goes back to understanding, first of all, what the return on investment is, what is working, and what is not working, so that we can expand and invest in the areas that we know are making a difference from school to school, site to site, classroom to classroom. Dr. Bird?
Yeah, we have, I mean, a lot of those investments were kind of on the front end. We had planned because we knew that we were building infrastructure at schools that didn't have those things. So we had already made ESSER investments in the front. We haven't adjusted too much, except maybe we've added more study halls for AP. You know, we've increased those kinds of, schools have the ability to increase those supports at schools based on how their students are doing. And as they get closer to the exam, then they'll have access to funds to be able to increase those kinds of study hall opportunities for exam preparation at the end.
So based on what I'm hearing, would my understanding be correct that you do not believe that you need to spend more ESSER dollars in this area than you are already spending?
That is my, yes, that is my judgment, because the total dollars that were invested in this particular area for just those 19 schools is over $6 million, and that is to build the infrastructure that we have in place
Okay.
in ESSER.
And therefore, if these dollars were intended to catch kids up from the disruption of COVID, that you are making the adequate investment of those dollars to achieve the goal for this GPM.
I think for those AP 19, those we call them Opportunity 19 schools, yes, we have made the investment. Now, some we do still have some staffing shortages and those kinds of things. So even though we've allocated dollars in some areas, we haven't spent all that money. So then we're able to redirect it to do some other kind of things. But yes, I believe that we have, and then we're also looking to somebody's earlier question about when ESSER goes away, what are we going to do about that? So we are looking right now at our budget priorities and how we can still keep these things going, because this does take time to build infrastructure so where you're going to see the gain for a sixth grader right now. You know, it's going to take several years before he gets to high school, he or she gets to high school. So that is part of the conversation as well.
Well, and especially for the kids who are juniors and seniors, that runway of opportunity is about to cease to exist.
Right.
And then my last follow-up to the question about accountability on campuses around this district goal, the response was just about RISE campuses, and so I'm curious to her question, what it is for all campuses.
Okay. We'd be glad to follow up and provide some additional data for all.
Correct.
The fact that before we can move to holding principals accountable, we have to make sure we've provided adequate support up first. And we have to make sure we've documented that support. And then if they can't respond to that, then the accountability conversation needs to happen.
Agreed. I think what we're both getting at in our question was, is this an expectation of principals? Is it being monitored? You know, last week on another progress measure, you know, I asked about a similar question. It was like, well, we can't hold them accountable because they might have had a challenge. And, you know, like that's,
and I
they
also
need the support
just
to overcome
say,
the challenges.
In full transparency, expectations around accountability are not clearly defined. And so we as a schools office have to take a step back and first make it clear what the expectations are before we can move to accountability. So that is work that the schools office has to do. Yeah, but I get it. Yeah.
Thank you. Trustee Guidry?
Thank you so much. I'm so glad Dr. Bird brought up infrastructure. Let me ask you something, because in order to have these classes, AP and dual credit, there must be certified teachers. Do we have a pool of qualified teachers? That's my number one. Do the campuses have the budget for these teachers? I'm always asking about that budget. You can put all these programs at our schools, but if you're not funding them, you're giving us nothing. And so can you please tell me whether or not we have the pool of qualified teachers and whether or not they're funded? Thank you.
So I think for high school, particularly when you get into calculus, chemistry, those hard to staff areas in regular classes are even harder to staff in AP. So we do have challenges with staffing higher level AP classes. I think that's part of goes hand in hand with the talent office and opportunity culture. To attract teachers and keep them here, they need to have ladders for advancement. They want to stay in the classroom, but they want to be, leaders in their school. So I think that's an area where we can leverage things with the talent office, like opportunity culture in schools, and more schools are able to join that this coming year. That's one thing, because those teachers that are teaching those high-level AP courses, they can be recruited easily to other districts. So that is very important that we give them opportunities for advancement in our district. And then in terms of budget, that goes back to what we talked about earlier, in that when schools are given money based on their enrollment, and so if they make the choice that they have to double block something, that's going to be less. They're going to have they're using their teacher units to, and understandably, there's a reason that their principals make that decision, but they're given which is why we have also supported with a central pool of teachers to help supplement that staffing. That is not a perfect solution though, and so we are continuing to work with the school's office with master scheduling to make sure that we're maximizing that so that we can offer, because some schools they can't offer the courses because they just don't have the staffing to do it based upon how their schedule is working.
And that's exactly my issue, sir. That I have a concern of which schools, what communities, where are they located that we don't have the talent in order to put those AP and dual credit courses, because right now we're telling this community that everybody's getting them. And we have 19 and we have this but the truth is that's not possible because we just don't have the teaching talent available.
I think a great opportunity would be able to, for us to be able to provide you with where we were with AP offerings a year ago and where we currently are with AP offerings. It's a way to progress monitor, and more than willing to provide that information for you.
I certainly appreciate that.
Yep.
Trustee Santos.
Thank you, President Cruz. President Hernandez. Superintendent House, I heard Dr. Matney say that accountability measures have changed. I've been on this board in 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, now 2023. The accountability measures have changed every year since I've been on this board. We've heard speakers and Trustee Wade's point that over-testing of our kids is coming to a detriment to their academic career and, just more importantly, the learning that happens in the classroom. Accountability measures have changed. The way students learn has not. The challenges that our students are now presented with has increased, yet we've decreased instruction and enlarged class sizes. Please, please come teach a class of 39. 39 calculus students, 39 AP lit. I promise you, you will see, you will not be able to read 39 essays and give meaningful feedback or actually grade the calculus exam in a meaningful way. But we're reducing instructional time. This is an impossibility. So my question to the administration, is there a possibility that you can utilize our super talented teachers who live in our communities and know what our kids need to come up with a measure of not how they bubble a Scantron, but how and or if they are truly learning? So we talk about reading through STAR, but STAR is not our friend. And it has been to the detriment of our kids' learning that we are catering to the CCMRs that change every year. Our teachers have been loyal, our students are here. What can we do to make sure that our students are actually learning? Because this test it's just not where we need it to be.
And I quite frankly don't disagree. It's something that we don't have a choice. If we were afforded the choice, it would be very nice to be able to say that this is something that we're going to opt out on or not do. We're going to measure in a different way. But we have taken a close look at the level of testing, the amount of testing, and how it aligns with the kind of instruction that we want to see in the classroom. But I want to make that clear. The STAR, we don't necessarily have a choice in reference to what that looks like, but we will continue to try to find those avenues.
Well, there are similarly. School districts in Texas aren't using the same way to go to progress monitor. They might take the STAR at the end, but their scores have increased by doing things differently. We've done this testing. We've dried it out, right? Like we all see that it is not working. If we can find a way to have writing portfolios or smaller class sizes, or just a way that we utilize our teachers in a way that, hey, that's what they went to school for. That's what they want to do. They want to teach. Why aren't we letting them teach?
Thank you. Trustee Baker?
Thank you so much, Madam President. Just want to remind the public that's listening in that our only two employees as trustees are the superintendent of schools and the chief audit executive. So That's our line of questioning. Tonight we're covering this goal progress monitoring 3.2. And so I thought of another question. We ask questions via email, when we're not here, an agenda review and all that. So questions are always being asked. Our job is to ask questions, pertinent to what we think you're always interested in. My question is, with regards to the gentleman's question earlier, what are we doing? What can we do? Are we coming up with more ideas to incentivize the students to want to improve and want to increase their learning? At the city, we had a program called performance-based initiative, payment. We can't do that, of course, I'm sure with students, but what ideas are you thinking of ideas to incentivize students to want to learn more?
Sure. It's interesting. I had a chance to do some learning walk with some of our principals as well. And one of the things as a former turnaround principal as well that I know is extremely as important is keeping students invested in their learning as well, helping them understand what progress monitoring is. Watching students track their own data on a weekly basis keeps them invested, keeps them encouraged, keeps them in a competitive spirit around competing with their own selves. So that's something that we'll continue to do. It's a common practice. It's a smart practice. But there are other incentives that are happening at different campuses as well. It looks different from campus to campus. There's not necessarily one particular common incentive. Dr. Watts, I'd be glad to let you share an example or some examples of some of those incentives that might be happening from an instructional standpoint to encourage students' success.
Can you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
Examples of
ways that we are incentivizing students?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sure. Multiple ways. I think one of the ways that we're trying to incentivize students is providing them opportunity, field trips, exposure to different partners, exposure to different enrichment activities, just to give them a vision of what's possible, similar to what Trustee Wade was speaking about. There's individual goal setting that happens by class, by student. There's student-led conferences and things of that nature going on so that students can self-invest in their own learning.
Mm-hmm. So I have a 7-year-old named Kennedy. She's very bright. She loves school. She loves to go. And I appreciate that. But not every student, have that energy. What do we do for the students that, are kind of like falling behind or maybe home issues and things like that to incentivize them to keep up? Because everybody doesn't have a child like that.
So I think that's why it's important to consider the whole child and why we have counselors and other professionals on campus, because you have to figure out what does motivate that child, and that takes an individualized relationship and getting to know that student, the student need, the student's vision and their own success, and then it's an individualized effort per child.
So these incentivized programs and ideas are going on in all campuses.
I'm not going to be prepared to say all, because I don't know the extent to which they are going on campuses. I would say there is an effort to do it on each campus.
Okay, well, I pray that we can increase that effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Motion for round 3.
I still haven't asked questions for round 2, so I will take my turn and then I'll go to your motion. So there was an audience member today that asked 2 very important questions. What can families and communities do to help and be involved? What are some actionable steps that the communities and families can take?
Good. I think there's several different things that families can do to be involved. Is first of all, knowing what the avenues of communication are at the schools so that they can get the information, know what the opportunities look like, whether it be high-dose tutoring or supports at home, making sure that they sign up for the district communications. Right now we have a great new program that provides insight for non-English speakers to be able to help students inside of the home. There's lots of different programs. Our Parent University program, understanding where these things are happening, the dates they're happening. We try to make sure that these are not just all in-person opportunities, but they're opportunities to get on a Zoom and to hear about how to support their students, whether it's through college readiness and understanding what the CCMR process is, all the way down to the elementary level in terms of supports. So I think there are several different opportunities, but it's making sure that they know where to go get the information, and that's at the school site as a start.
Okay, thank you. So this is the second time that I've heard that there are traveling AP teachers. So I'm guessing that by now we have some data on that.
Data in terms of how many we
On
have.
how effective these traveling AP teachers are.
So this is the first year they've been in place. I would have to get the number of them that we have and how many courses we're able to offer. I don't have it here, but I can get that.
But just to interject, a part of the reasoning behind the traveling AP teachers is also for an access standpoint, where we may not be able to afford it at a school that has a smaller enrollment. We can have one that goes in between. That's an access opportunity, and I think it's a major plus. But we're looking forward to seeing exactly what the data tells us specifically about access. Well, specifically about the travelers is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, we do. I want to know if that the traveling AP teachers are working, if it's efficient, if it's something that should be continued and multiplied, or if it's something that maybe we need to move on from. But I didn't know that. I knew that I had heard it before. I didn't know exactly when. So in the, I'm not sure what slide, the one with the two graphs, I see that there's information for, not this one, sorry. Another slide. Yes, this one. So this is the actual information that we have. Are there projections or goals for every one of these subgroups?
Dr. Burt?
Are there projections or goals for the subgroups moving
Yeah, so we have another very similar table where there's the actual percentage and then the projections or what the goal is. I don't see the goal on here, so is there a goal for all these subgroups, or are they?
There is not for the progress measures. I believe what you're referring to is the goal itself. Yeah. We have the targets by student group, but we did not set targets individually by student group for the progress measures.
Is there a reason why those were not set?
They weren't a requirement of Lone Star governance, but of course the departments in working internally, looking at historical data, definitely like the participation and setting programs to increase participation are working on that, but we didn't for the Lone Star governance process.
I think just as trustees, I think it's very helpful to see goal and projection and the actual data side to side. I know it's not a requirement, but it's very helpful as a trustee to see that. And I want to reiterate, I know Myrna brought it up, Trustee Guillory brought it up last time about having individual school data to see where schools, which schools are doing well, which schools are not doing well. So thank you.
Motion for third round.
There's a motion. Is there a second? We have a second. Please vote.
Was there already a second?
We have 5-4, 3 against. Motion passes. Third round. Trustee Cruz.
So a follow-up question to something you brought up, Trustee Hernandez, and what I heard some of the community members speak to is the community engagement piece. So Superintendent House, you addressed like how parents can be engaged and informed, but what about community members that are not parents, right? How can they be informed and aware, and how can they get involved in what the school is doing to increase our student outcomes? And just a couple of examples. I think sometimes folks want to help, but they don't even know where to start because they don't even know what course offerings are at their school. They don't know what teacher vacancies there are. So how can they be informed? How can we have transparency of information? And then what mechanism is there for them to come to the school and support?
I think that starts at the school level, quite frankly, and reaching out to the school administration, school website to find out what the avenues are. I'm also appreciative of what trustees do as well. I know you all have community meetings to be able to point community members, parents, non-community members in the right direction in terms of where some of those supports can be for school access as well. So I think it's a combination of communicating with you all as a body, as a board, as well as directly focusing efforts to communicate at the site level to ensure that we do know what those avenues look like, because it looks a little bit different from school to school.
And just to follow up to Trustee Guidry's question and kind of tying it back to this, she asked for where the course offerings are. So I think you mentioned sharing, where we were last year to where we are this year, and I would like to see that across the district. And I would also like to ask if that can be posted to the Q&A so that it is available to the public, so that the public is aware where those course offerings are and where they can advocate for better equity.
Okay, I'm sure board services captured that, and we'll make sure that they have the data to follow up.
And just a follow-up comment to something Chief Watts had mentioned, because I was a little panicking when I heard that there isn't accountability right now with this data and with these outcomes. And so I am really encouraged to hear that that's something that you're looking at and to address. I feel like we have had that large gap for quite some time of not having clear expectations and clear guardrails for principals. So really, really looking forward to that information being shared with the board. Thank you.
Okay.
Trustee Bluford Daniels? No. Good. We will now move to accept the presentation given to us. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Trustee Santos and a second by Trustee Wade. Please vote. The presentation. We do not see the screen to vote. Thank you. We have 7-4, 7 in favor, 0 opposed, no abstentions. 8-4. I want to say 7. Okay. Consideration of the superintendent's agenda items. We are now ready to consider the superintendent's agenda items. For the record, let it be reflected that item B1 has been removed, item B2 has been revised and is now B1, and attachments to I1 and I2 have been revised. Board policy requires trustees to excuse themselves and abstain from all discussion and votes pertaining to contracts that might involve a conflict of interest. As defined in board policy, BBFA local, a conflict of interest is any circumstance that could cast doubt on a trustee's ability to act with total objectivity with regard to the district's interest. Consideration of items held for abstention and/or discussion. We will now consider items held for abstention and/or discussion. Each month, all action items begin on consent agenda. If a trustee would like an item held from consent, they need to notify Sylvia Trin by 8 a.m. on the Monday prior to the voting meeting. Trustees, as a reminder, everyone had the opportunity prior to this meeting to submit additional questions after agenda review to the administration. No additional questions were submitted. The Q&A document was sent to all trustees via email and is in your SharePoint under January board meeting documents and has been posted on the district website. Our first item held from consent agenda is B1, consideration of redistricting plans and public input received and possible adoption of a resolution approving a redistricting plan for a single-member districts. This item is being held at the request of Trustee Bluford Daniels and myself. For this item, we will do 2 rounds of 2 minutes per trustee. If there's an additional round desired, that can be done with a motion, second, and a board vote. May I have a motion to discuss the presentation?
So move, Santos.
Do I have a second?
Second, Trustee Cruz.
I have a motion by Trustee Santos and a second by Trustee Cruz. Mr. Falk, we are ready for your presentation.
You need to vote on the motion.
Oh, sorry. Please vote to review this presentation. To discuss, review, and discuss the presentation.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the audience knows with clarity. That's what it's going.
Do I have a motion to discuss the presentation? That's the motion that's on the table. 9 for, 0 against, no abstentions. Mr. Falk, we're now ready for your presentation.
Good evening. Pleasure to be here and still be awake. It's been lively. I hope this will calm it down. I'm going to talk to you tonight about the public input that we received during the public hearing process for redistricting. Where do I aim this?
She turned it off.
Yeah, gotta be. There you go. Okay. I was informed you have to be smarter than the device. So, we had public hearings in each of the 9 trustee districts. Prior to this part of the redistricting process, the board met a number of times and considered various plan options and selected for public input 2 plans, plans A and D, which are in some respects similar and in some respects fairly different. Those were the plans that were put forth at the individual public hearings to ask the public to comment on. And we received comments that were oral at some of the public hearing meetings. And I should say that at the public hearings, I or one of my colleagues, if I was unable to be there, described the redistricting process in a very generalized way, explained very simply what the applicable law was and what we were doing, and showed the current trustee districts and the population and demographics of those, which explained why we need to rebalance the population because some of the districts are out of population balance, and then showed the 2 plans and opened up the meeting for public comment, questions, and discussion. Various of the public hearings were fairly well attended. Some were sparsely attended. There were a couple of meetings where we had 2 or 3 members of the public. There were some meetings where we had in excess of 20 and some in between. So there was mixed input and some common themes, questions about how things worked. I should say, in addition to the public hearings, the district received or had the members of the public had the opportunities to submit written comments, and there were two ways they could do that. There was a written form posted on the website that they could download and print and fill out and mail or turn in. And that same online form was available to be submitted online. We received approximately 33 written comments, and I say approximately because there were a couple of handwritten submissions that came in later, and some of them were by the same people, and maybe one or two were not. So it's possible we received 35. Real point here is that there were not a lot of written input in addition to the oral questions at the individual public hearings. Some of those comments were substantially the same, coming from the same group of people raising the same issue or preference. A few were comments in effect that I liked Plan A, or somebody else saying, well, I liked Plan D. And in most of those cases, in fact, all of them, not really any indication of the basis of the preferential choice. There were a number of comments that raised some generalized concerns, some of which had to do with redistricting and some of which were really kind of collateral to redistricting. And there were a common theme in several of the public hearings where we got questions to the effect of how come these plans don't follow attendance zones. The form of the question was often, I live in trustee district X and my child goes to school in trustee district Y, how come that is? And I tried to explain to them what we were up to. I'll go through these in a little more detail. We had approximately 15 written comments, which is close to half of the submitted comments, from a group of people whose students go to the Garden Oaks Montessori Magnet School. And they were very concerned that the school stay in District 1 because they had success in working with and had forged what they thought was a good relationship with Trustee Hernandez. And I need to note that in both plans A and D, the school that we located its address, the school is squarely in the middle of District 1 and is not moved. So this concern was obviously sort of preventative in nature to make sure nobody misstepped, and I'm proud to report that we didn't accidentally misstep. Some of the general comments, as I've said, indicated that they favored Plan A or Plan D. It was about a 2-to-1 split. There were 9 commenters that made that comment. Some of the comments you've heard orally in the public meetings Monday and here tonight is that there was not been enough time for the redistricting process and not enough notice of the public hearings. One commenter suggested that we ought to arrange to go door to door to tell people about when there were going to be hearings and so on. One comment was to the effect that District 2 and District 8 are too large and gerrymandered, and that's basically mimicking the current shape of the districts, even in plans A and D. And one that commented that they were pleased that District 6 remained unchanged. I don't know who you got to do that. Concern that you heard raised tonight by several people, and you heard raised before, and was the subject of 4 or 5 written comments at one time or another, was that the current district and the 2 plans, A and D, fail to adequately recognize the immigrant strong community in Southwest Houston, Gulfton, Sharpstown, that area of town. The comments were things you've already heard, that there's a substantial minority community that has common demographic and social and economic issues that apparently aren't felt to be recognized substantially enough. That area is divided variously between three districts, 5, 6, and 9, which are incidentally in both plans A and D, the districts that were not changed at all. So this situation is a product of the current trustee boundary configuration. And the request is clearly that you address that, and no real suggestion for how to redraw that in particular. So their argument is that because it's split between the three districts, this community is underrepresented, and if you can, you should try to unite it in a single trustee district. Congressman Garcia, after discussion with us, made some comments. In particular, she noted that Magnolia Park has longstanding active Latino community, and the implication of her letter to us was that it is split. And we my GIS person went to the city of Houston's data and looked at how the city designates that area as a subdivision, and it appeared to us at the time not to be substantially split. When I say that, there is one little peninsula area in the southwest part of the city's version of designation of this subdivision that is not currently in District 3, and so it's split. But it has less than 50 people in it and only about 7 or 8 Hispanics. So it's a technically split, but not really substantially split. The area has thousands of people in it. I should say, it may be that people consider areas not included in the city's designation of the subdivision area to be part of the area. And I note that about a half an hour ago, well, maybe an hour ago now, I received an email from Congresswoman Garcia's aide, John Goshinsky, sending us a map of the area that he believes designates Magnolia Park when they talk about it. I have forwarded that to my GIS person, and it appears to have a little bit more area than the Houston City area designation, and I will be looking into that. She made a couple of other points in her remarks to us. Proposed plans A and D dilute the Hispanic voting strength in District 8 in particular, she pointed out. And this caused us to look a little bit harder at the differences between the current districts and the District 8 and 3, for that matter, in Plan A and D because of the way those plans attempt to repopulate District 3. Recall that District 3 is the most underpopulated of your current districts, and so it has to have people added to it to get it into approximate population balance with the other districts. And Districts 4 and 7 are the overpopulated districts that need to shed territory and people. Districts 3 and 4 are adjacent to each other, but District 7 is not. And so we have used in Plans A and D a method of putting people into District 8 at one end, the District 7 end, and taking people out of District 8 at the District 3 end in order to help populate that. It's more complicated than that, but that's the gist. We're moving people across the territory using District 8, if you will, as our conduit. So those are the two districts that we were particularly interested in looking at, given her comment. The current Hispanic voting age population in District 8 is at 47.65%. And that's the comparative number that you look for to see whether you have, in a particular plan, strengthened or reduced the Hispanic strength. In Plan A, that number goes up to 53%, and in Plan D, it drops about 5 percentage points to 42%. So the question will be, if you're interested in Plan D, is there some adjustment to that plan that can be made to aid that and maybe prevent so much of a drop in Hispanic strength in Plan D? Other points the Congresswoman raised were the timing question. That is that, as you've heard from other people tonight and from other people in the written comments, various constituents complained that there was little opportunity for input, and that's kind of a combination of we didn't hear about it in time and you didn't allow enough time. And finally, the Congresswoman said it was her opinion that the current proposed plans, that is the two plans A and D, did not present sufficient alternative choices for the public to comment on. A number of people in two or three of the public hearings raised the point that their children were students at schools not in the district in which they lived. And I point out to them and to you that this is not actually a redistricting concern. Redistricting is about making the trustee districts have approximately equal total population. And it's very hard to imagine that you could do that very easily while paying attention to all of your attendance zones. In order to deal with my student doesn't go to school in my trustee district question, you would have to base your trustee districts almost entirely on your attendance zones. And attendance zones are not designed to produce equal population. And so there's a fundamental mismatch there. And I think it would be very difficult and probably impossible to produce the one person, one vote population balance that federal law requires and still manage to solve the problem that everybody who lived in a district went to a school in that district. They're just water and vinegar. And finally, I point this out because it's the kind of question that we will wrestle with from time to time. Somebody raised a Voting Rights Act Section 2 question. I don't think it has substance, but it's illustrative. The assertion was that the district is 60% Hispanic, but only has 3 essentially Hispanic districts and is entitled to more, that the Hispanic community is underrepresented. In Voting Rights Section 2, and this is really why I'm talking about this, the legal challenge is based on a population measure that is different than the one we use to do the equal population balancing. For that, we use total population. For Section 2 discrimination questions under the Voting Rights Act, the courts have told us we look at voting age population, not total population, and on top of that, we look at citizen voting age population. Not everybody of voting age that lives in the district or anywhere else is necessarily a citizen. So we're looking under the Voting Rights Act at people actually eligible to vote. And in state law, if you're not a citizen, you are not eligible to vote. So we look at what we call Hispanic citizen voting age population, HCVAP for short. And contrary to the assertion that there are 60% Hispanic population proportion in the district as a whole, I note that the Hispanic citizen voting age population proportion is about half of that at 30%. I have encountered this assertion a couple times before with other clients, and I suspect what the commenter was doing was looking at the student population, which often is a much higher proportion of protected minority students than the population as a whole, the citizen population as a whole represents. So in this case, I don't think this is a viable Section 2 question that you need to worry about, but I wanted to talk to you about it to illustrate the kinds of questions that might come up if you're looking at redrawing or twiddling any of your maps or choosing a plan. And that is all I had to report to you tonight.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Trustee Guillory?
Just one, is there a deadline by which we have to make a decision with respect to which map we're going to choose?
State law does not actually say a school district must adopt by thus and such a date. The practical truth is that if you have not adopted by the time candidate sign-up begins in July, nobody will be able to sign up for the new plan, whatever it was going to be. And I have heard separately from most of you, if not all of you, the desire to have a plan, new plan in place substantially before then, so that people who want to sign up to run will have adequate time to explore whatever questions they have about making that decision and signing up. So the answer is you've got plenty of time, but not really.
Trustee Cruz?
Let me add that unless you tell me not to, I'm going to do a couple of things. I'm going to explore with my GIS person the redefined Madison Park, Magnolia, sorry, to make sure we understand both its constituent makeup, its demographics, and its full extent, and if indeed it's substantially bigger in the opinion of Congresswoman Garcia's office, we will explore what effect that has on plans A and D were we to try to keep it intact. In other words, I'm going to do some drawing exercises, and if any of them were fruitful, I will let you know. And by the same token, we will explore, we have gotten a definition from Juan Cardoza Oquendo from Houston in Action, a list of all of the Harris County election precincts they believe comprise the area they're talking about in southwest Houston. We will look at that and try to determine its demographic characteristics, total population, that sort of thing, and consider what it might take to draw such a district. And I'll report back to you on those things.
Thank you. Trustee Cruz?
So given what you just shared, Mr. Falk, it sounds like we might need to schedule a subsequent meeting or have him speak at the next.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. So given what you just shared, it sounds like we may need to schedule you to come back to next month's board meeting. I'm not sure if that's what I'm hearing, but just putting it out there.
It may be that you want to have another drawing session, or I can present, if I find another map that's a good solution of some of these problems, I can provide those to you and we can talk about them. Either way, if you do want to have another drawing session, I'll need to know, because I'm going to have to arrange for our GIS person, our drawer, to be available.
Thank you.
Trustee Bluford Daniels?
Thank you. We've had how many sessions? Because I know we've had several meetings in here as it relates to these maps. I know we had initially about 5 maps, if I'm not mistaken, 5 or 6 maps that we had worked with, redefining the districts, right? And so the board decided that rather than present all 5, 6 maps to the public, that we were going to choose, and we chose 2 of the 6. We've had subsequent meetings. We've had a meeting in every district as it relates to these maps. I know that some people say that they didn't know about it, but I myself have a Facebook page. I put the information out there. Even if they didn't have students at the schools, then I have a group, and I have a D2 team that I send the information out to my constituents. We've looked at this 9 times in the districts. We'd have to start all over again with a whole different presentation to the 9 districts if we change those demographics. So in light of that, I make a motion that we continue on and adopt either Plan A or Plan D rather than revisit it. That's a motion.
Second your motion.
We have a motion and a second. Please.
It's 2 separate items. Have you completed all the discussion?
Okay. So we are not complete with all the discussion, but I do have a second item to present.
I would say the second item is not appropriate until you complete the discussion for the first item.
Okay. So once we just complete this first discussion, we'll move on to the other item that's posted.
Just a point of clarification, does the motion need to specify which map? Because they're saying both of them, right? Or yeah, I'm just a little confused.
The motion, do I have a motion to adopt a redistricting plan? It doesn't say A or D. But so then we're going to discuss it.
Whoever makes the motion will have to specify
Okay.
the plan you adopt
Okay.
after you complete the discussion for the first.
Okay, so we will complete this discussion on this motion that we have right now. Do you have any further questions, Trustee Bluford Daniels?
No, I'm waiting to make a motion. No, we've had discussion.
Okay. Trustee Wade.
Mr. Falk, how long would you think this process would take, given what you've said, and how many hours would that be? If you could just give a general idea.
Well, yeah, I understand that's the basic question.
The cost, yes.
That depends entirely on how extensive it is. The exploring of it, of the 2 topics that I indicated to you, we're talking 3, 4, 5, 6 hours of Sherry McCall's time looking at the demographics and some time with me explaining it. And we might do a joint drawing session. We often do. That's how the plans that we brought to you in the first instance were developed. And that's a couple hours each. So not a huge amount of time.
All right. My concern is just how much we budgeted for this process, how much we are to date, and will the impact be enough to make it? This is the questions I'm going through. So thank you.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
Thank
Trustee
you.
Santos.
Thank you, President Cruz and Mr. Falk. And I guess this question also goes to David. Is there anything that prohibits us from emailing the Baker staff the additional concerns and/or tweaks that we might want to see, if we want to see any tweaks to the maps? Like, can we individually email you our concerns?
I would not recommend that any of that discussion, which involves a matter of public concern in district business, occur if there's any potential for a quorum of the board.
No, that's why I'm asking if
Yeah.
I individually, like in
No,
LCC.
but if a majority of you,
okay.
even if you're not copying each other, if you all know you're commenting on the same item,
Okay.
if a majority of you are participating, that's the kind of discussion that should take place at a called board meeting.
Okay, so then I guess, I do want to say thank you to the public that came out and spoke, because that was what the point of public engagement was. Our community my community meeting said that they didn't want maps A and D. And so this is a once in every 10-year plan. So we have to be very careful and be able to look at the maps, adjust, and be flexible. If there's anything that being on this board has taught me is to be flexible. And I think that, again, we've heard the community at community meetings. This is not something that they're okay with. So I'd like to maybe do a little more homework and make sure that we are honoring the process and not just saying we're being transparent, but actually do the work. So thank you so much. But, so the question, David, is how do we do that?
How do you engage in that discussion?
Like, we're going to have to, it's going to be another meeting with Sid and just, so we can't voice our concerns ahead of time?
What David is trying to tell you is that this is a very sensitive public process. And while it might be that sending me emails, as long as I then don't talk to anybody about them, might not actually violate the Open Meetings Act, it's on the edge. And it doesn't look good.
Oh, I understand what David was saying. I really didn't need an explanation on that.
Unfortunately, what that leaves is that the way to accomplish a conversation with individual ones of you, let's try this, can we do this to this map, sort of thing, is there a map that will answer this problem, is to have an actual drawing session like we had before, where we try that out. I think, given what we all, I think, know now about what people are saying about Plan A and Plan D, and what they're saying we didn't do in either of those plans or what we did do right in them, that you're much more sophisticated about the drawing process than you were before. Would you mind using this? Okay. Just hold it up for us. Yeah. That you're much more sophisticated about the drawing process than when we first attempted it, and I don't think you'll be as bashful. And I think it would be a productive approach and more efficient than anything else. If different ones of you were, for instance, to ask different questions, that spreads the focus out into a whole bunch of potential dead ends and potential successful ends, whereas a drawing session where you're all engaged on the same project at the same time tends to be more efficient in my experience. So that's what I would suggest.
And Madam President and members, that would be our recommendation. That's how you've done it to this point, so that all board members are involved in the same discussions and have the same information at the same time. It would be our recommendation that if you're going to look at changes to either of the proposals before you tonight, that do occur at a drawing session.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, David and Mr. Falk.
Trustee Baker.
Hi, thank you so much, Sid. Did you explained earlier, you made the explanation of the difference between attendance zones versus population zones. Can you clarify that information?
Well, my understanding, naive though it may be because I've never actually designed attendance zone, I've only listened to complaining about it, is that every school has a capacity, and there is a geographical area where the students who live in that area feed to that school. Now, I realize you have different processes on top of that. And elementary schools feed to middle schools feed to high schools, and that hierarchical pattern is inherently not an equal population process. For instance, totally simplified example. Suppose that your 9 districts have 9 high schools, and it might actually be possible to do it in this circumstance, but the idea is everybody who goes to high school number 1 lives in District 1. And all of the feeder schools that get them to that high school are all in District 1, and all of the students that attend each of those schools are all in District 1. That's the simplified idea. That's how you would produce a district plan that resulted in students only going to schools in their own district, except for whatever process you had on top of that for magnet schools or choice or any of that sort of stuff. The problem is all of those schools have a problem is that all of those schools have their own capacity. And the sum of all those capacities in that District 1 may not look like the sum of all the school capacities in District 4, which means first likelihood is that the two populations aren't going to be the same. And there'll be a different distribution of the number of children in different districts, and that's going to compound the problem. So it's just really inherently a mix match to try to produce a trustee plan where every student in the district goes to a school in the district. I think it would just be a geographically difficult process in almost all circumstances. There's bound to be one or two where you could get away with it, but I think it would be very difficult.
Well, I'd just like to say I'm in agreement with my colleague to my left, colleague Buford Daniels. We've been through sessions. We're volunteers here at trustees, and we've been through workshops, and we as a board selected 2 maps, and now the question is which one. And I feel like as long as we're focused on our students and student outcomes, you know, the trustee that represent the district just need to be mindful to engage with your students of that, you know, that district. The work has been put in. We spend a lot of money. I've seen the report, and I heard by your comment. I know you jokingly said you're tired. So yeah, I've been to the city's process, and I've seen the county's process, and I think you've been fair and up board with the public. My district spoke out, and I think we should move forward and take care of business as we've been elected to do. That's all I have for now.
Is there anyone else for round 1? Did you finish your round 1 time?
I never started.
Yes, you did. Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't. I was making a motion, and y'all cut it off.
But you
And
had
told me I
comments
had to
before
go
that.
to discussion. So no, I never started.
Trustee Buford Daniels.
We started with additional cost. I'm looking at the messages here as we started talking about redistricting, and that redistricting conversation started in April of last year. And we've had a conversation about that for a while. You came down here many times to the district and spoke with us, and of course there was some concern with the cost of you continuously coming down here, which is why we started trying to narrow down from the 5 maps to the 2 maps. The board decided on 2 maps, and now we're talking about starting a process all over again. That's it's. I get. We're going to keep working on it until each of us individually get what we want. Is that possible? Because, and let me just put it out there, D2 was mentioned. D2 has not been impacted. It was suggested that D2, that there'd be some looks at D2. D2 was not impacted. It's within that threshold, right?
It's an impact. It's changed in Plan D.
Right, exactly. But I'm saying it's within that threshold that we're all trying to achieve, correct? Okay, thank you.
Anyone else for round 1? Okay, so my understanding when we chose 2 plans to go out to the community was that we were going to get public input. And the public input, we've received it now. And I feel like we should do something about that public input because we are the community's voice. This will impact HISD for the next 10 years. And the community is telling us we're not okay with some of the maps. And we should be able to go back to the community, take some of their input into consideration, and see if their maps work. I know that they have provided some alternative maps. Right now, we're saying we don't care about, if we vote on this today, we're saying we don't care about the community input that was given. We only gave those 2 maps, and we will choose one of those 2. There's significant input from the community currently for us to at least consider their maps, and I feel like we need more time. I know, Mr. Falk, you said that we don't need to necessarily go out to redo the whole process again. So what would be the suggestion if we don't redo the whole process and we look at another map?
There's a whole spectrum, and this is my way of blaming it on you. We could do the whole process again. It is not uncommon in my experience for this stage to produce a desire to make some changes. In a couple of cases, previous clients have drawn new maps entirely, but mostly you make adjustments to existing maps. There is often a desire to take that new product out and get some feedback on it, but there's a lot of ways to do that. And there's nothing legal, anyway, that says you have to go back to every district. In fact, I think the original board discussion way back in the beginning was to only have 5 hearings. So you expanded the number of hearings in order to be both more transparent and more receptive. But there's a whole spectrum, and if the least of the options might be, and by least I mean the least cumbersome an effort, would be to have 1 or 2 centralized hearings or another written comment period where people could react specifically to any new version of a plan or any new plan that you came up with. I don't think it is necessary, and it's not necessary legally, although your politics may tell you differently, to actually go back through the entirety of the process with 9 public hearings and follow-up meetings and so on. That really is up to you.
Thank you. And me thinking as a community member, if the city of Houston were to say, hey, here's your time for input, and the community put input, and then they didn't go back and take any of that input into consideration, I don't think that I would be happy as a community member. So thinking about my community, they gave some input, and I'm willing to at least consider what those inputs would mean for HISD and the redistricting maps. We are ready for round 2. I have.
Okay, so it's Bridget Wade for.
Okay, Trustee Wade.
May I make a recommendation that we consider having Mr. Falk consider that data, the 2 data points that he was trying to bring to light, redraw something based on that, present that to us, let us look at that, and then if that suits the need, we move forward. Instead of going through the whole redrawing from the whole board. My recommendation is put it on you.
Thanks,
We're paying you, let's put it on you, bring us back the data, and then we can yes or no it and move on. We'll have listened to the community, and you will give us that information. That'd be great. That's my recommendation.
Is that a motion?
It's a recommendation.
It's a recommendation, okay. Yes.
Just to be clear, you have posted this item differently than you normally post items. Normally you post discuss and possible action all as one posting. You have 2 different items. This item is solely discussion, no action. But we'll get to the second motion in a moment, which would potentially involve action, either adoption of one of the plans, or someone could make a substitute motion to adjust the plans based on the information that has been discussed this evening.
I believe now we're on round 2. Trustee Baker.
Thank you so much. Well, I understand what you said, Trustee Wade and Trustee Madam President. I have to respectfully disagree with you. We have listened to the public. Even more, I sat on some Zoom calls even yesterday and showed keen interest in what they're saying about Southwest Houston. And we had already talked about that in our drawing sessions. We made up our mind on A or D. And I think that we need to just start focusing on the children. We spent a lot of money. And I think that with that last quote, I mean, tens of thousands on this. And I have to respectfully disagree. We have been communicating. I have been communicating with the public, with those that elected me, and also extra special interest groups. And we explained fully on how we want to move forward, and they were seeming to be okay, which was more community engagement with people and meeting people where they are. And so I think it's just going to be a waste of money. And I think we need to start this year off right, 2023, and be leaders that we are, and move forward and make decisions, make sound decisions, and move forward. That's all I have for now.
Trustee Bluford Daniels. Round two.
I'm ready to make a motion on, call a question and make a motion that we take a vote on this map that's been submitted. And I personally, I'm making a motion to support map A. That is my motion.
Okay, we're going to finish discussion with round two. Anybody else?
Question. I call for the question.
That's not the item that's before the board. The item that is before the board is solely for discussion.
So, okay. But I thought you said we could make a motion.
We can get to the
Yeah.
second item.
Anybody else in the queue for round two? Okay. This item is also posted to take possible action to adopt a redistricting plan. Do I have a motion to adopt a redistricting plan?
Now I can make a motion? Are y'all sure? Yeah. I make a motion that we adopt Plan A, redistricting plan.
Second, Baker.
We have a motion by Trustee Bluford Daniels and a second by Trustee Baker. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Trustee Dygard?
Based on the dialogue that I've heard, I would like to make, and legal stop me, it's late, I'm tired if I can't actually do this. I'd like to make a motion, I move that we postpone this vote for 60 days pending the additional community engagement that I hear my colleagues want to do.
A motion to postpone is in order if it is seconded.
Do we have a second?
For Trustee Dygard? Yeah, a second.
We have a motion by Trustee Dygard and a second by Trustee Santos.
You can have a motion to postpone while it's a privileged motion. Yep.
Do we have any discussion on the motion to postpone?
So I said 60 days because based on the conversation I'm hearing from everybody, I thought that would give ample time. I'm happy to adjust those number of days if my colleagues think that's too long or too short.
Do we have any discussion? Trustee Wade.
I would like to. Sure. I make a motion.
Friendly amendment?
I may amend the motion that Sue added that would give us as much as 30 days at the most.
Trustee Guidry.
I just want to state that I'm going to abstain only because District 9 is not affected in either of the maps at this particular time. So I'm going to let my colleagues decide how you all want to vote on this one.
I second Trustee Wade's friendly amendment to Trustee Dygard's original amendment.
Trustee Cruz.
Oh, sorry.
So just a reminder, y'all, we have to be here at 9 in the morning.
And we still closed.
Yes, we're not done. Yeah, I agree with a shorter window by the next board meeting. And I look forward to seeing, Mr. Falk, the work that you'll be able to do based on the community feedback. That's all.
Is there any other discussion on the motion at the table to postpone the?
First vote on the amendment. If the amendment passes, then you vote on the motion to postpone to a time certain as amended.
Okay.
But what's pending is
Can I
the
just
amendment.
change my motion, or no? Once it's on the table?
Once,
okay,
once it's
yeah,
made and
sorry.
seconded, yeah.
Okay, so we
What are
are
we voting on?
voting on the amendment that trustee Wade proposed to postpone for 30 days.
All that trumps my motion, right? Can I have some of the trump there?
Please vote.
So what are we voting on?
She said yes. Judith. Yes, hit it again.
Okay. We have 5 for, 3 against, and 1 abstention. Motion passes. Now we will go back to,
Now the motion is to postpone to a time certain for 30 days.
now the motion is to postpone for time certain this item for 30 days.
Second, Santos. That's it, right?
We have a motion, we have a second, and so please vote. We have 6 for, 2 against, and 1 abstention. Motion passes. Our last item held from the consent agenda is I-1 approval of vendor awards for purchases over $100,000 and ratification of vendor awards for purchases under $100,000. This item is being held at the request of trustee Bluford Daniels. For this item, we will do 1 round of 1 minute per trustee. If an additional round is desired, that can be done with a motion, second, and board vote. Do I have a motion?
So move, Santos.
I-1.
Is it a specific?
Second, Guidry.
Is it a specific project or is it all of I-1?
I do not have a specific project.
All of it.
Okay.
All of the item. Are you serious?
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second, Guidry.
I have a motion by trustee Santos and I have a second by trustee Guidry. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Trustee Guidry.
So the item that I have a concern with would be on packet page 38. I'm sorry, I don't have the number in front of me, but that's the one for the billboards, signs, and all of that, asking us to approve the $750,000 or to approve the vendors therefrom. I think the speaker that was here earlier that requested a breakdown by elementary, middle, and high school with respect to how those funds are going to be distributed would be something I would be interested in seeing, if that is in fact possible. And I know this is just for the vendor, but this has come to us, and it's a short period. It's like from, I believe the request is from February until September. So it kind of feels like there is something planned for that money. So I'd like to know a breakdown, please.
Good evening, Trustee Guidry. The project actually goes through 2025, So it's roughly 8 months and 2 additional years. The money is not earmarked. The contract is to allow for maintenance, repair, and should a replacement be needed. So the athletic department and any campus can utilize this project, but there are no dollars of the $750,000 that have been earmarked for elementary, middle, or high school.
Okay, so you said any campus could request the money?
No, ma'am. Any campus, and specifically, it's the athletic department that primarily utilizes this for their scoreboards.
Have we had any requests at this time?
There are no requests. This is a replacement to the project that's expired, and we're getting this through a cooperative. But we do have, let me just say, we do have maintenance on marquees that is needed. So this project would be needed to make those repairs.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Bluford Daniels,
Yes.
do you have comments on this item?
The question I had about this is the question I've had in the past about the various schools. I'm always concerned when I see various schools, and I know Chief Licata, we talked about that before and how it's sometimes they have to apply for it, et cetera. But when I see the $750,000 from my board, and then I start thinking about subsequent news articles that talks about the need to move scoreboards, et cetera, then it concerns me that perhaps some of that money could be used elsewhere, because we've got campuses that don't have lights. Obviously, we've talked about that. Don't have lights. A lot of them were rebuilt without lights. They don't have lights, and the scoreboards aren't even working. So $750,000 would be enough money for all those campuses where the scoreboard, where the marquees are not working? Question mark.
If I could chime in on this. So those dollars, that $750,000 is not in any specific budget. It is an amount that we're asking you as a board to approve the authority to spend with that vendor. So some of this could come from athletics. If they have a scoreboard where the lights go out on it and they need replacement bulbs or whatnot, this is a vendor they go to replace that. If a school out of their budget wants to buy a marquee, they can, but that would be something they would request. Right now, we don't have a list of what people need. This is just asking you to approve the vendor so that if a school or athletics needs to repair a scoreboard or a marquee, they can do so.
Okay, and thank you for that. I know people are tired, so I'll go ahead and move on for that, but we'll talk about that later, my Glenn.
Trustee Allen?
My first question is that this project says that it's from January to September for 6 months or so. Did the original project contract end? Is there a reason why this is only from, did it end January 13th? Does it end? Because it doesn't say at the top, like we usually say it's like an extension of time. It doesn't say whether it's an increase in funds. There's nothing up there at the top that usually indicates why we're voting on something. So did the original project end on January 13th?
So the original project was taken through another cooperative. That cooperative is expired.
Okay.
So this is the approval to utilize this new cooperative. And because we're coming in on the project through that cooperative in the middle of their terms, that's why the term starts at the day after the board meeting, if you shall approve. Does that make sense? So this is the date, that the January 13th date is our start date. It is not the start date of the by board's cooperative. We're coming in on the middle of that project.
Are you through, Trustee Allen?
Is this asking for an increase in funds?
No, ma'am. This is a brand new project. This is a brand new cooperative project.
Is this the same amount that it usually says? This is the same amount as as usually appropriated? It says it based on annual appropriations. Is this what we've done previously, or is this an increase in funds?
So historically, we spend just shy of $200,000 annually.
200,000?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
now we're asking for 750,000?
It goes through 2025.
Thank you.
Trustee Baker?
Was on the subject of saving money. You know, it's just the optics at $750,000. I'm not a micromanager, but it seems like, you know, we're in a time now where the public is looking at everything we do. You know, so I just want to, first question to Mr. Superintendent, are you in consideration of these large expenditures and what it looks like to the public each time?
I think it's a double-edged sword, quite frankly. And
A double-edged sword?
I think it's a double-edged sword simply because if we know that we have some issues out there in terms of repairs that need to be done on these marquees or whatnot, if we vote tonight not for the money to be earmarked for this use, then we're going to have marquees out there that don't work.
Okay, so that leads to my second question. So are we considering schools in poor neighborhoods as well? And not just the rich schools, is this for all over? It says district-wide.
It's across the board.
And do we have a record of that somewhere?
Anytime a dollar is spent, procurement should have a record of exactly what those dollars are being spent on.
If I'm understanding this correctly, this is just money to put in a cachet to wait for problems to be solved in these fields for marquees, or are there already a lot of problems existing? And do you know where at this time?
So again, these are not dollars sitting in a budget anywhere. So we're not saying we're going to go out and buy scoreboards and do all this work. It is just the authority for folks out of their budgets in the district to utilize this contract to do repairs or to purchase marquees.
District-wide.
Right. So this isn't saying we're going to go out and start buying scoreboards and marquees. That's not what this is. It simply says that if Campus X needs to repair their marquee, they have a vendor to go to come and repair that marquee. Or athletics, if they need to have a scoreboard repaired at Del Mar, then they can call any of these vendors. They can come out and repair that scoreboard. This isn't a budget that's just sitting out there to do and buy for everybody. It's an availability.
Okay.
They still have to have money in their budget. So if someone
understand.
doesn't have money in their budget, they can't utilize the contract.
Okay, I can support something like that because I'm all for children to have appropriate lighting for playing sports, and I know over at Yates and other schools in dark in neighborhoods that are suffering. I just hope everywhere is fixed, all over for all kids. So I can support that. Thank you.
Any further discussion on this item? Please vote. We have 8 in favor and 1 opposed, 0 abstentions. Motion passes. Consideration to accept the balance of today's agenda by consensus.
So move, Santos.
We are now ready to consider the remainder of today's agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the balance of today's agenda by consensus?
So move, Santos.
Is there a second?
Second, Wade.
We have a motion by Trustee Santos and a second by Trustee Wade. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Please vote. We have 9 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions. We are now going back into closed session. Okay. Consideration and possible action on matters discussed in executive session. We're now ready to consider items discussed in executive session. Are there any motions?
I move that the board approve a finding of no good cause for educators to resign or abandon employment contracts without district consent under sections 21.105C, 21.160C, or 21.210C of the Texas Education Code as discussed in closed session, and authorize the superintendent or his designee to submit a written complaint to SBEC to impose sanctions as discussed in closed session effective January 13th, 2023.
Is there a second?
Second, Santos.
We have a motion by trustee Cruz and a second by trustee Santos. Please vote. You have 7 in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstentions. Motion passes. 8? 8 for, 1 against, 0 abstentions.
I move that the board approve closed session personnel agenda, I think that's a I, as discussed in closed session effective January 13th, 2023. Oh, closed session item 1, thank you.
Wait, is that the, did she pull mine away? Oh.
Separated. Do you want to read your motion again? Because she knows it's number 1 now.
I move that the board approve closed session personnel agenda item 1 as discussed in closed session effective January 13th, 2023.
Is there a second?
Second, Santos.
We have a motion by trustee Cruz and a second by trustee Santos. Please vote.
Personnel agenda item 1.
We have 8 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention.
I move that the board approve the proposed termination of the certified administrator performance contract of Tiffany Guillory, Yates High School principal, as discussed in closed session, and authorize the superintendent or his designee to provide notice of the same effective January 13th, 2023.
Is there a second?
Second, Baker.
We have a motion by trustee Cruz and a second by trustee Baker. Please vote. We have 3 in favor, 6 opposed, 0 abstentions.
I move that the board approve the balance of the closed session personnel agenda, including specifically that the board approve proposed terminations of term and probationary contracts, approve end-of-term terminations of probationary contracts, and that the board approve proposed non-renewals of term contracts, and that the board authorize the superintendent or his designee to provide notice of the same, that the board approve separation and release agreements, that the board approve withdrawals of contract recommendations, that the board approve issuance of final orders on contract terminations and non-renewals as discussed in closed session effective January 13th, 2023.
Is there a second?
Second, Santos.
We have a motion by trustee Cruz and a second by trustee Santos. Please vote. We have 8 in favor, 1 opposed, and 0 abstentions.
Those are all the motions, Madam President.
Perfect. The board will now adjourn to closed session. Where is it?
Here, adjournment to the board will now adjourn to closed session.
The board will now adjourn to closed session or executive session under Chapter 551 of Texas Government Code Open Meetings Act, subsections 551.004, 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, 551.0821, 551.0823, 551.084, and 551.089. Should board final action, vote, or decision on any matter considered in closed session be required, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken at the open meetings covered by this notice upon the reconvening of this public meeting or at a subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice of thereof. The board has adjourned to closed session or executive session at 9:17 p.m. on January 12th, 2023.
The district says this should not have happened. It is unacceptable. The teacher has been put on leave. An investigation is underway, and it is unlikely he will be returning when the investigation concludes.
Right now, a Fox 26 exclusive. I'm sitting down with the Missouri City police officer and Houston mayoral candidate arrested, accused of attacking her fiance. Did she really use a taser on him, a baton on him, and does she still plan to run for mayor? I asked those questions and more tonight.
Here I am. I'm fighting for my livelihood. I'm fighting for my life. I'm fighting for my mental health, and I'm fighting for Houston. I'm not going to drop out of the race. I'm not going to give up.
Just hours after appearing before a judge, Missouri City police officer Robin Williams, who is also running to be Houston's mayor, sat down exclusively with me to talk about the felony assault charge she's facing, accused of attacking her fiance on New Year's Eve.
As a police officer, I know all the time that accusations are made. It's not uncommon for someone to make false allegations.
But why would your fiance, if you said you weren't fighting, why would he call the police and say that you hit him with a baton, used your taser, punched him in the mouth, if none of it was true? What would be the cause for that?
Again, I'm not him, but I do know that I did not do what he's accusing me of doing. December 31st, I did not strike him. It was physically impossible.
Hours before the alleged assault, Williams says she dislocated her left shoulder on duty after falling during a SWAT standoff and says it would have been impossible to attack her fiance, although he reported being injured.
This is my dominant hand. In order for me to come after you, I will have to have both hands available or my dominant hand.
Missouri City police records show Williams did discharge her taser at some point recently and never reported it. Now out on bond, Williams for now can't have contact with her fiance. Your fiance has told investigators that you've been violent in the past, even dating back to August. So are you saying you've never been violent in this relationship?
No, I've never been violent, and when I'm able to tell the full story, you'll see that I've been a victim in a lot of this.
Again, she said she couldn't say a whole lot because her attorney would only allow her to talk about certain things. Now, Williams says there is a lot more to the story she'll be able to speak on soon. Right now, she's on administrative leave and medical leave from the Missouri City Police Department, and as you heard her say, she still plans to run for mayor. Well, an emergency in space. Straight ahead tonight, why a small meteoroid has stranded 3 people on the International Space Station.
Follow Fox 26 Houston on Twitter today. Shop huge savings this weekend at Ashley Home Store's 72-hour sale. Save 30% off your first item plus 20% off the rest of your purchase. That's 30% off your first item, then 20% off the rest of your purchase. Saturday through Monday only at Ashley Home Store.
Guys, are you struggling with a
special gift free, plus 5 tune-up treatments at no charge. This $800 value is free to those who call today only, January 12th. Call Silverleaf Medical Clinic at 713-843-7000. This offer ends today.
A shooting star. This is a sign of good luck. Yep. Oh, come on. Getting closer. Shimmy. Shimmy. Shimmy.
Come win big at the $60,000 Weekends of Winnings. Only at Nascala Casino, the luckiest spot in Texas.
Dinosaur Adventure roars into Houston. One weekend only. George R. Brown Convention Center with life-size dinosaurs and massive family fun. Experience the thrill of the prehistoric age featuring the ferocious T-Rex, Triceratops, Velociraptor, and more. Go on a realistic fossil dig. Take a ride on your favorite dinosaur. Bounce around in the prehistoric playground and a baby dinosaur meet and greet. Take an amazing dinosaur adventure. January 21st and 22nd. George R. Brown Convention Center. Tickets at dinosauradventure.com.
Don't miss Ashley Home Store's 72-hour sale. Saturday through Monday only. Save 30% off your first item plus 20% off the rest of your purchase. Or get 0% interest financing for 5 years with no down payment at Ashley Home Store.
The Fox 26 weather app. Download it today.
Super Wild Card Weekend kicks off on Fox. First, on Saturday, Christian McCaffrey and a red-hot Niners team take on Geno Smith and the Seahawks. Then, on Sunday, the Giants take on Kirk Cousins and the Vikings.
Well, we've probably all experienced delayed travel plans, but this one takes the cake. An American astronaut and 2 Russian cosmonauts may have to spend several extra months on the International Space Station after their ride home was damaged. The 3 were scheduled to return to Earth in March, but the capsule was hit by a tiny meteoroid, creating a hole in the exterior radiator. The Russian Space Agency plans to send an unmanned capsule to the space station in a few weeks to rescue them. Oh my. Well, newly empowered House Republicans plan to launch a number of investigations.
They do, and among them, they're taking a look at the beginnings of the pandemic and some of the decisions made in the early days of the outbreak. Congressional Republicans want to figure out specifically what happened in China. Now, some Democrats fear the investigation will stir up more anti-Chinese sentiment, but Republicans are dismissing those concerns.
I worry about things that, just aren't just about competition with China, but are actually anti-China.
I don't intend the committee to be a vehicle for inflaming such hatred. We have no quarrel with the Chinese people.
Well, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services extended the COVID public health emergency declaration until at least April due to fears of another surge in cases.
Donald Trump will host the first public campaign event of his 2024 White House bid in South Carolina. A campaign spokesperson says that the former president will be in the Palmetto State later this month, but no other details were given. Trump declared his 3rd presidential bid in November. Since then, he's hosted smaller invite-only or virtual campaign events at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida. 6 public universities in Texas are offering to freeze tuition coming up. What they're asking state lawmakers to do in return. Plus, a bookstore in Chicago is learning the power of social media. What one customer did that has the internet outraged. Customer did that has the internet outraged.
Let's go! You go for a ride, exploring all night, driving down, you go
universities in Texas are hoping to get a piece of that $33 billion state budget surplus.
6 universities are asking for $1 billion. Fox's Stephen Dial explains what the universities are offering students in return.
The cost of college, like anything these days, continues to rise. According to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, the average public college tuition per semester in Texas has increased nearly 30% since 2014. With a record $37 billion surplus, state university systems want a piece of the pie. A letter was sent to the House Speaker Dade Phelan, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, and Finance Committee chairs asking for $1 billion in exchange for freezing tuition for 2 years.
As I looked at the deal, my first reaction was they're probably not going to get $998 million.
We spoke to Mike Nitzel, President Emeritus at Missouri State University, on the phone. He is also a senior contributor for Forbes. The letter was signed by 6 chancellors representing the University of Texas, Texas A&M, Houston, North Texas, Texas Tech, and Texas State University systems. The billion-dollar request would pay for improvements to regional campuses, university technology, and other expenses.
A significant part of the money that was requested apparently in this letter is for fringe benefit. It's for the health benefits of employees of the universities, asking the state to pick up the same share for those employees as it does for other state employees.
The letter cites inflation as one of the challenges facing schools. While Nitzel does not think schools will be getting the full amount they are requesting, he describes this as the opening volley in a lengthy back and forth.
About 70% of any college's or university's budget is in people. And so when you look at increases in health insurance, when you look at the need to keep wages, competitive, that's a significant feature of the cost increases at any college or university. So I don't think inflation is as much an excuse as it is a reality these institutions are facing.
Well, that was Stephen Dial reporting. So far, the House Speaker and Lieutenant Governor have not responded to that letter.
Let's check our weather tonight. We are your Gulf Coast Weather Authority.
Yeah, meteorologist Ramisha Shade joining us now. Definitely feeling cooler. Those warm temperatures you and I like have gone.
Yeah. We had to say goodbye.
I know. I didn't
but guess
want
what? We won't have to say goodbye for too long.
Okay.
They will be back shortly. But yes, it is definitely feeling a lot cooler out there for tonight. Certainly jacket weather. In fact, check out this map. Temperatures out there tonight running about 15 to almost 20 degrees cooler than they were at this time last night. So you will feel the change. You will notice the difference. So make sure that you throw on that jacket before you head out the door, if that's going to be tonight or in the morning, because it's going to be even colder in the morning. Right now, though, temperatures have already fallen to the 50s for most of you, except for right along the coast, still hanging on to 60 degrees in Galveston, but it is certainly going to be a cooler night. It has been breezy for today and even into tonight, and we've still got some gusts over 30 miles per hour down around Galveston. For that reason, that wind advisory that was supposed to expire at 9 p.m. was extended through 3 a.m. And this is going to be right along the coast down around Galveston Island, the Bolivar Peninsula, where we could still have some 30, close to 40 mile per hour wind gusts. For everyone else, the wind will start to settle down, but that will allow those temperatures to fall even more. Here is the culprit. The reason that we have the cooler air and the breezy conditions, this cold front pushed through early this morning. Not much moisture or instability when it moved through our area, but as it pushed into the southeast U.S., it ran into some very unstable air, and that helped to kick off a tornado outbreak. In fact, look at all of these tornadoes that were reported across Alabama, Georgia, close to 40 tornado reports, and unfortunately some fatalities reported. This system continues to move away from us, but it certainly did some damage off to our east, but fortunately no severe weather from that system for us. But we do have some rain chances in the forecast. It's not going to happen for tonight. In fact, for the next few days, we are keeping things quiet and dry. But as we sail into early next week, we will have that chance for some spotty showers returning for Monday. Unfortunately, that's on our Martin Luther King Jr. holiday, but right now it does not appear to be a washout. Temperatures tonight, certainly on the chilly side. We haven't had to deal with this much so far for this year and for this month, but we're talking about some of you down into the 30s overnight, likely Huntsville, down over towards Brenham, Wharton, Bay City, lows in the 30s, and likely 41 degrees for the Houston area. With plenty of sunshine tomorrow, we will rebound nicely, but only to around 61 degrees, but that is seasonable for this time of the year. Lots of sunshine and pleasant for the afternoon. Weekend looking great. As I mentioned earlier, if you haven't made plans already, you may want to stop and do that right now because it is going to be gorgeous out there. 65 degrees for Saturday. We'll add 10 degrees to that for Sunday afternoon, 75, and it will start to turn breezy once again by Sunday afternoon. That wind picking up out of the south around 15 to 20 miles per hour. Heading into early next week, we're talking about another big holiday, Martin Luther King Jr. holiday on Monday. We've got, of course, a couple of big parades in town, a lot of festivities going on surrounding this big holiday. And it is going to be downright warm. We are getting a break from that big time heat the next few days, but we're back close to 80 by Monday afternoon. But unfortunately, there will be some showers around. Right now, just spotty rain, about a 40% chance for showers for our Martin Luther King Jr. holiday on Monday. Another chance for storms and some rain coming next Wednesday. I think we'll have a better shot for maybe a few strong storms by then. But in between Monday and Wednesday, it's going to be dry, cooler for the next few days, but then heating up once again. Near record heat is back by Tuesday.
Okay, thanks for Misha. Still to come on Fox 26 News at 9. A consumer alert for HBO Max enjoyers. The streaming platform is raising its prices.
Coming up on the News Edge, dozens of new UFO reports. We'll tell you how the Pentagon is making sense of the unexplained, and also a new approach to treat mental health using ketamine. Why some patients are saying this new method is life-changing. And here's Coco.
This weekend will truly be a celebration of the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King. I'm Coco Dominguez here with the Thunder Soul Casper Senior High School Band as they prepare for the parade on Monday. There is so much going on across the city. All of the details coming up on the News Edge at 10 p.m.
And tonight on the Nightcap at 11:30, I'll be joining Carolina Sanchez to talk about TikTok and social media.
Having that happen because of TikTok was just so wild. It's still wild, and it still happens pretty regular. And it's always when I look bad too. I'm like, oh. Wild, and it still happens pretty regular. And it's always when I look bad too. I'm like, oh.
The Fox 26 7-day forecast is brought to you by Xfinity. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
The other day, a hornet's nest fell on my head. It's not ideal, but we'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, I wish this hotspot was
the price of a monthly HBO Max subscription is now going up for the first time since it was launched more than 2 years ago.
It's not that bad, though, so don't worry. Effective immediately, the price of the new HBO Max no ads monthly subscription will go up $1 to $15.99. Existing subscribers who are paying $14.99 a month will see the hike in their next billing cycle. The move comes ahead of the expected merger of the HBO Max platform with its other streaming service, Discovery Plus.
Iconic California fast food chain In-N-Out Burger is moving farther east. The company is opening a corporate hub in Tennessee in 2026, along with several new restaurants. Right now, you can't get In-N-Out east of Texas. Well, still to come, the owner of a small bookstore in Chicago has a message for all of America after a customer took money from their bottom line. Plus, coming up in sports, the Texans wrap up the first interview in their last search for a new head coach. Their latest search, rather. We'll have the latest details coming up.
Get more Fox 26 online. Just head over to fox26houston.com and click on our live stream. More inspiring stories with Melissa Wilson.
And welcome to Lunch for the Soul. I'm Melissa.
More of the latest music with Ruben Dominguez.
It is time for the drop, talking about all the latest in new music.
Parent-to-parent conversations with Rashi Baz.
Social media plays such a big role in all of this.
More shows, more stories. The fox26houston.com live stream. Hit play today. The fox26houston.com live stream. Hit play today. It's Houston content galore. The Fox 26 YouTube page. Subscribe today.
This can be the year of your dream living room for less with our January clearance event at American Furniture Warehouse. Our prices are going down, not up, and we have thousands of items ready to make your home more beautiful than ever before. Visit our showrooms or shop online at afw.com.
Oh, that spin class was brutal. Well, you can try using the Buick's massaging seat. Ooh, yeah, that's nice. Can I use Apple CarPlay to put some music on? Sure. It's wireless. What's your Buick's Wi-Fi password? It's Buick Envision. That's a really tight spot. I used to hate parallel parking. Me too.
The Buick Envision, built around you, all of you.
Get 3.9% APR and no monthly payments for 90 days on Buick SUV models.
Guys, are you struggling with ED and sick of the pills? Well, we now have a major medical breakthrough. Our wave technology is clinically shown to open up and repair blood vessels, treating the root cause problem of ED. No pills and no side effects. If you are ready to regain your love life, call us now and you'll get the ultrasound and assessment totally free. Also, a gift that can produce rapid results. You're gonna love that. And today, Thursday only, tune-up treatments are included. This means that if you notice results fading in the future, we will retreat you free of charge, and that's good for calls today, Thursday only. Guys, it's time to get your love life back.
Put a stop to your ED. Call today, Thursday, January 12th, and you'll qualify for the exam, assessment, ultrasound, and special gift free. Plus, 5 tune-up treatments at no charge. This $800 value is free to those who call today only, January 12th. Call Silverleaf Medical Clinic at 713-843-7000. This offer ends today.
Let's go! You go for a ride. Exploring all night. Driving now. You go for a ride.
It's your journey. Own every mile in an available H-Track all-wheel drive Hyundai SUV. Get 2.9% APR financing for up to 48 months on select Hyundai vehicles. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
If you overdraw your account, Wells Fargo gives you an extra day grace period to avoid the overdraft fee. What if everything came with a grace period? Like accidentally parking where you shouldn't.
Hey, what about this one? Nah, that one gets an extra day. Somebody got lucky.
Like having an extra day grace period? When it comes to overdrafts, you can with Wells Fargo.
This can be the year of your dream living room for less with our January clearance event at American Furniture Warehouse. Our prices are going down, not up, and we have thousands of items ready to make your home more beautiful than ever before. Visit our showrooms or shop online at afw.com.
A bookstore in Chicago is learning the power of social media.
Yeah, this after the owner went on Twitter to vent about a massive return. Fox News' Anthony say has more on this story.
We were excited. Somebody came in and bought a bunch of our art books, really expensive, nice books.
$800 worth right before the holidays, which for a neighborhood bookshop like Volumes Book Cafe meant a lot.
My sister remarked like, wow, you wouldn't believe this person came in and bought all these books. And we were like, wow, cool.
But that happiness was short-lived. Earlier this week, the customer brought them all back to return, explaining that they used the books for temporary props. That prompted owner Rebecca George to vent on Twitter, where on Monday she posted, "Turns out one of our biggest sales last month was for the person to stage their home for the holidays, and now they want to return them all. Please don't do this to a small business, people. That one sale was a third of our rent."
Just venting, yeah. And then I don't know who picked it up, but it went actually pretty fast.
Very fast. In fact, in just 2 days, it's been seen 6.5 million times and counting. And as a result, book orders to the neighborhood shop have been pouring in.
All of them have been leaving notes, like beautiful little notes with their purchase of, saying like, I support you, I think you're great, or like, keep going, and, screw mean people.
The owner says the profit margins on their sales are so slim that it's difficult, if not impossible, to compete with giants like Walmart and Amazon. All the more reason, she says, to not pull a maneuver like this particular customer.
Your decisions have a bigger effect with small business than they do elsewhere.
She says the unlikely situation's a reminder to skip Amazon for a change, pay a winter visit to your nearest neighborhood bookshop, and consider keeping whatever you buy. Anthony Ponce, Fox 32 Chicago.
I love seeing social media being used in a great way. But there's been a lot of conversation about something else on social media. We are joined by Sports Director Mark Furman.
That's right, Mark. You have an update tonight on what a lot of people have been talking about, the Texans head coach, an update on the search.
Yep, and I'll be working on it for a couple of weeks probably. The Texans announced they completed their first interview in the search for a new head coach, speaking of the Detroit Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson virtually, which is what the rules allow right now. Johnson is 36, has been in the NFL since 2012, spending 7 years for the Miami Dolphins, the past 4 seasons in Detroit. As offensive coordinator, the Lions ranked the top 5 in the NFL in 2022 in both yards.
Good evening. This meeting is now reconvened at 9:47 p.m. Board members present are Trustee Wade, Trustee Guillory, Trustee Dygard, Trustee Baker, and Trustee Cruz, and Trustee Hernandez. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regularly scheduled board meeting held on December 8th, 2022?
So moved.
Second, Baker.
We have a motion by Trustee Cruz and a second by Trustee Baker. Is there any discussion? Please vote. We have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. 6 in favor. 6 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. Mr. Superintendent, do you have any reports for us at this time?
With due respect, I will provide that insight in the superintendent's update. Absolutely.
We're now ready for trustee reports and comments. We're now ready to hear reports and comments from board members.
You go first.
Please limit.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'll do it for the entire board.
Well, I had a brief word.
Go forward. What's the motto, the theme?
Go ahead, Trustee Baker.
I just want to say that today is 1 year to the day since my first meeting, and I am proud to be trustee for District 6 and all of the students of HISD. Thank you.
Thank you to all the community members. Have a good night. La próxima reunión de la mesa directiva será el 9 de febrero y la reunión de revisar las agendas será el 2 de febrero. We look forward to seeing you at our next regularly scheduled board meeting on February 9, 2023. Agenda review for that meeting will be held on February 2nd, 2023. There being no further business, this meeting is officially adjourned at 9:49 p.m. Buenas noches.
Need 4 signatures.